Welcome back to Old School Epics. My name's Will, and this channel is dedicated to chronicling the stories that emerge from actual playthroughs of official adventures published for the Old School Essentials Advanced Fantasy role-playing game. If you're new to the channel, our stories are told in the turn-by-turn format of the game from which they were created. In that respect, they're similar to what you might hear in a solo play or actual play podcast, but without mechanics or table talk. In short, I referee and play through official adventure scenarios per the rules of Old School Essentials, and then chronicle those adventures into short stories such as this one. In my humble opinion, the result is a kind of organic tale that seems to sort of create itself in that special way that's unique to tabletop role-playing games, and with which TTRPG players are familiar, free of any silly attempts by me to contrive a plot or devise a story arc. Since I'm already a little bit later than I'd like to be in publishing this story, I'll try and keep this foreword short so you can get on to the adventure. I'm thrilled to share that it's narrated by Janine Howe. She does a fantastic job on what turned out to be a pretty demanding story. I'm likewise thrilled to share that Del and Yuri are back for the chapter art. I even added a few of my own hand-drawn maps, well, such as they are, before deciding that they're perhaps not the most practical way to achieve their intended purpose. These chronicles are, after all, intended to be audio stories, and therefore heard and not watched. The point of the maps is just to help orient the listener to what's happening in the dungeon should my description of events become confusing. And, a little bit ironically, my maps may just confuse things a bit further. Finally, I've decided to try YouTube shorts to provide excerpts from these pretty long for a short stories. I don't think that shorts are, to be sure, super effective at growing a long-form content channel such as this one, but I do feel like chapter excerpts can give listeners a good feel for the content that they represent. If I keep making them, I'll be sure and turn off subscriber notifications so I don't wear out my welcome with my audience too much. I really hope you enjoy Adventure 3, Barrow of the Bone Blaggards. It's a brilliantly designed dungeon that was a total blast to play. The story's been a little long in the making, but I also hope that the quality of the story, the voicing, and the chapter art renders the delay worthwhile. If it does, please subscribe, give us a thumbs up, and share our stories with anyone you know who likes listening to fantasy adventure, sword and sorcery, or actual play podcasts. And as always, please share your thoughts and questions. I love to chat about the adventures of our player characters, of whom I confess I've become rather fond. All right, enough carrying on. To quote Akiro, "Let me tell you of the days of high adventure."
Adventure 3, Barrow of the Bone Blaggards. A fantasy adventure chronicle from the Old School Essentials Advanced Fantasy role-playing game by Necrotic Gnome. Scenario by Chance Dudinack, as published in Adventure Anthology Two. Written and edited by William O'Bradesley. Read and voice edited by Janine Howe. Introduction. Excerpt by Chance Dudinack, Adventure Anthology 2. Taverns are abuzz with rumours of robbers on the roads. Haggard witnesses tell wild tales of brigands composed of naught but walking bones, attacking their caravans and making off with their goods and companions. All these incidents have taken place near a certain lonely barrow in the woods, built a century ago to intern scores of nameless soldiers who died heroes' deaths in an historic battle. The barrow, though always a shunned place, has never been known to be haunted, but now a ghostly, lively music echoes from it. Player characters. Their success at the Shrine of the Oozing Serpent left the player characters in good standing with both Duke Ganelon and the homesteaders he is sworn to protect. This happy esteem, however, was doomed to a short life. Within a month of her arrest, the legendary Grease dragon, Sutmerk, escaped Duke Ganelon's custody and fled into the wilderness. Shortly thereafter, emerging rumours of raiding brigands and kidnapped travellers along the Western Road cast a dark pall upon an otherwise beautiful spring. Though busy with individual endeavours, the player characters nevertheless find themselves once again drawn together by these ominous portents. Angharad the Seeress. Having reached 2nd level, Angharad's title is now Seeress. Following the events of the Shrine of the Oozing Serpent, she spent most of her time, and quite a bit of gold, restoring the partially destroyed spell scroll she recovered from Sutmerk's hoard. She and Gorfthistle have identified the 2 potions taken from the hoard. Gorfthistle has claimed a potion of flying, and Angharad has claimed a potion of command plant. Angharad has also identified the ornate ceremonial brass bell that Butch found for her in the foundry at the Shrine of Mulvis. Finally, she's identified all of the magic items she recovered from the Jeweller's Sanctum. Elwyn the Priestess. Having reached 3rd level, Elwyn's title is now Priestess. This promotion means that Elwyn is no longer a scion, but a leader who performs important religious ceremonies. It also means that the young cleric must tend to the spiritual needs of the laity. Thus, she has spent most of her time travelling about the region, administering sacraments, caring for the sick and injured, and performing last rites for the dying. Eoin the Lancer. Having reached 2nd level, Eowyn's title is now Lancer. No longer a mere squire, he's begun earnest training in horsemanship and mounted combat. A talented judge of horses, he sees something special in Blackwell, one of the 2 shires awarded to the adventurers by Duke Ganelon for capturing Sutmerk. With the consent of the other player characters, Eoin has retained a reputable equestrian to assist him in training the spirited mare to one day serve as his warhorse. Yari, the Robber. Having reached 3rd level, Yari's title is now Robber. Following Sutmerk's escape, he spent some time helping Gorfthistle and Butch hunt for the Grease Dragon before joining the local thieves' guild. His work for that guild, and the mercenary companies with which it collaborates, has kept him in frequent contact with Torosh. Torosh, the Huntsmaster. Having reached 2nd level, Torosh's title is now Huntsmaster. Following the events of the Shrine of the Oozing Serpent, he spent much of his time captaining scouting platoons for local mercenary outfits as they guard merchant caravans along the Western Road. With more than a few local merchants now missing, the demand for such protection has kept the barbarian fairly busy. As his current mercenary outfit frequently collaborates with the local thieves' guild, Torosh has spent much of his time working with Yari. Chapter 1. Babylon. Compelled by the perils vexing the region since Sutmerk's escape, the adventurers have reconvened at the 3-legged mule, beneath the early twilight of spring's fading eventide. In subdued contrast to their last gathering here, some 2 moons ago, the atmosphere within the little public house is quiet and melancholy. Elwyn sits at the head of the party's table in the empty dining room. Around her neck hangs a golden holy symbol, awarded by the Divine Order as the badge of her new station. Perhaps the most intimately involved with this new spate of troubles, the cleric has been at the centre of communication among the adventurers over the preceding month. It is therefore Elwyn who has called this meeting. "Thank you all for coming," she begins. Though she strikes a regal pose in the formal raiment of a church leader, the natural humility in the girl's demeanour remains untarnished. Still, the shadows of concern are yet gathered around the bright optimism of her silver eyes, and it's plain to her friends that she's suffered more than a few sleepless nights recently. This morning, Ioan found Sir Ignatius's destrier wandering riderless near the old forest. I hoped to get us all together while the hoofprints might still be fresh enough for Torosh to track. Angharad smiles, reassuringly, at the dark-haired girl. Of course. Before we go, we should try and put what each of us knows in some cogent order. Since you have been at the hub of our shared experience over the past month, perhaps you should lead us through that discussion. Still young, Elwyn appreciates this encouragement, perhaps without even knowing it. All right. It's difficult to ignore the potential involvement of Sutmerk, since the rumours of these robbers and brigands began shortly after her escape. Should we start there? Ioan sits forward. Right. Torosh and I brought her back in chains from the Kelfric Marsh to Duke Ganelon. He kept her in his Bailey courtyard until Angharad brought the collar and statues. The collar and statues, to which Ioan is referring, are the 4 silver statues and the silver spider collar recovered from Draxus' workshop during the party's first adventure. Angharad discovered that the statues create a magical perimeter that the silver collar, when closed, cannot pass. This is how Draxus was able to keep the singing spider from leaving his workshop in the jeweller's sanctum. Angharad lent these items to Duke Ganelon, who closed the silver collar around one of the fronds behind Sutmerk's head. Unable to reach it, the dragon was locked within a magical prison established by the statues on an acre of Duke Ganelon's estate. And it was about a month ago that she escaped, recalls Torosh. According to Goth-Thistle, says Yari, he'd been visiting her every morning, hoping she'd regurgitate or otherwise expunge the crown of King Bumflug, as he put it. Then he showed up one morning, and all he found was the collar. Ioan ponders the implications. So, what evidence do we have that Sutmerk has anything to do with these recent raids? The reports are of robbers and brigands, not gloops. Yari drinks deeply from a large cup of black beer. I don't think there is any evidence. I tagged along with Goth-Thistle, Butch, and a couple of the Duke's men when they tracked her. We followed a grease trail to an old quarry about a day and a bit to the southeast. These robbers and brigands are all said to raid the road west of here. Well, says Torosh, also draining his cup. When did people start to turn up missing? It wasn't long after that, recalls Elwyn. I began receiving requests for pastoral visits along the Western Road about 3 weeks ago. Mothers whose sons had gone missing, wives whose husbands hadn't returned home. But Yari is correct. All of these have been to the west, near the old forest. There has been no mention of dragons or gloops. Angharad nods. I agree. I've visited the jeweller several times in recent months, cashing in gems to pay for the restoration of that spell scroll. I think it was about 3 or 4 weeks ago that their son, a boy of about 12 years named Quintius, was taken. Ioan frowns. I know that family. They've earned some enemies over the years, but that's to be expected in their business. They're one of the families I visited, adds Elwyn. I was seeing to so many homesteads at the time that I didn't make it over until he'd been gone at least a week. Torosh waves for another beer before speaking. That's around the time when the merchants started disappearing. The entire Sericultist guild disappeared about 2 weeks ago. There's a 1,200 gold piece reward for them. Yari and I are after it. But caravan protection contracts have been pouring in, most of them along the western road through the forest. Tell them about the singing, Torosh, says Elwyn. Well, says Torosh, my company was camping about a mile inside the old forest on our way back from a contract. Yari hadn't yet joined us. In the middle of the night we heard a raucous singing. It sounded like a whole lot of lads belting an anthem. There were many voices, all male, but far away. Ioan nods. That's not the first I've heard of random singing in the dark of the old forest recently. Toros shrugs. We didn't think much of it. If it was the robbers and brigands everyone's been talking about, they'd likely not want to rough and tumble with a mercenary company of our size.
Had any merchants gone missing by then? Asks Elwyn.
There were rumours, says Toros, but I can promise you that the silk merchants hadn't yet gone missing, because if there were a 1,200 gold piece reward at the time, my company would have crashed that choir party that very night. This elicits a grim chuckle from Ioan and Yari.
What about Sir Ignatius, Elwyn? Asks Angharad.
Elwyn sighs.
Sir Ignatius is a paladin in the Divine Order. He arrived to investigate about 2 weeks ago in response to the letter I sent to my elders.
He did, confirms Ioan. I rode Blackwell on patrol with him twice around that time.
I haven't seen him for about a week, continues Elwyn. There's been no sign at all until this morning.
His horse? Asks Yari. Aye, says Ioan. I came across his destrier, Babylon is he named, wandering riderless just east of the old forest. I brought him back here straight away.
All right, says Angharad, considering. It seems clear that everything's pointing down the western road. If we're to find the robbers and brigands or whomever is behind this, west seems to be the likely direction.
We ought to start now, says Toros, draining his second cup of beer. We've a couple of hours of daylight left, and if I'm to try and backtrack the paladin's destrier, I'd rather not try in the dark.
The little council recesses briefly to collect and prepare their gear, agreeing to reconvene outside at the stone well between the main house and stables. The amber light of early evening has just begun its western descent under a clear sky, casting gentle shadows that stretch lazily across the viridian grass of a fading spring. Angharad has come prepared with her ash quarterstaff and the worn suede rucksack and satchel in which she carries her spellbook and other arcane curios. Her favoured green robes are sleeveless for the weather and, as is always the case when she's adventuring, her golden hair is bound into a single braid. Having just returned from patrol, Ioan is already suited in his plate mail armour and donned of sword and shield. He considers riding Blackwell, currently housed in the stables with Sir Ignatius's destrier, but he isn't quite sure what he'll do with her should he have to dismount in the old forest. Not yet formally a knight, he has no page or squire to attend her, and therefore decides it best to leave the mare stabled and travel on foot. Yari and Toros sit, waiting on the stony rim of the well, prepared to travel. Yari has his crossbow and dagger, but, having found himself not quite proficient with Oryx's hand-axe, he's shelved it for a while. Toros has traded in his hide shield for a bastard sword, which he finds much more suitable to his aggressive fighting style, but he still carries one of his javelins. As always, a sleeveless hauberk protects the warrior's chest, while his trusty cracked horn helmet protects his head. Elwyn arrives last. She hustles out of the house, shield slung on her back, with the vaguely embarrassed expression of someone late to work. 2 young novices, blonde-haired girls just out of adolescence, trot along beside her, cinching and tightening the last buckles and straps of the cleric's plate mail armour. Her black hair spills out chaotically from beneath a helmet set slightly askew on her head, while her blue and white tartan skirts whirl and swoosh about her legs as she runs. "Sorry," she pants sheepishly, as she trots up to the others.
I had to change into my armour." The priestess thanks her novices in the language of law. The girls must speak only in their alignment tongue until the novitiate is complete. Thereafter, the divine order will determine whether each shall advance to service as an acolyte or retreat to contemplative asceticism. Today, they will look after Blackwell and Babylon, assist the owners of the three-legged mule as needed, and await any news from Elwyn. They are under strict instruction not to follow the priestess on the forthcoming part of her investigation. Once all adventurers are prepared, they depart the three-legged mule on foot and follow the western road toward the old forest. Dreary tidings of recent weeks notwithstanding, it's a beautiful afternoon. The air is breezy and kind, warmed by the unintrusive rays of a sleepy sun beneath a cobalt sky that winks precociously with evening's first stars. Tall grass, thick and merry, rolls in waves of Kelly green over tumbling knolls, adorned gaudily with the whites, yellows and blues of spring wildflowers. The venerable western road, whose grass-laced pavers have been trodden flat by epochs of travel, dating back to civilizations now forgotten, winds humbly downward, like a cobblestone river. Plump trees gather on its flanks, like curious spectators, forming a broad alley of verdant shade wherein unattended sheep graze in their puffy white jackets on the lawns of thatch-roofed wattle and daub houses. Dusk's earliest fireflies flash encrypted signals from cool darkness beneath canopies of maple and oak, as the ancient boulevard descends in stippled grey through the shadowy dells of buxom woodland. In these lower meadows, where the air is cooler, condensation hovers in fluffy clouds that lounge just above ground like lazy ghosts. Here chirrups an infinity of unknowable insects and forest birds, carrying on the mysterious business of nature's secret economy. Suddenly, the mighty trees of the old forest, silver beeches, tall pines, Douglas firs and red cedars, rise up from the vale like the ramparts of a titanic castle. They tower to the sky like sombre gods, dwarfing even the largest mortal trees arrayed along their exterior. Their eastward shadows fall so far as to be mistaken for the silhouette of a tremendous cliff, imposing the inevitability of night upon even the youngest afternoon. The western road, whose white flagstones look faded and demure in that stern umbra, slithers nevertheless forward, disappearing into the outer wall of the primeval forest like a mining tunnel into the side of a great green mountain. It is here that Eoin found Babylon, grazing this morning alone and riderless. Torosh is able to track the destrier's large hoofprints, as well as occasional spoor, along the western road and into the old forest. Therein, among the massive trees, the sun struggles to reach the forest floor even at noon. Here, at sunset, the barbarian is forced to light a torch or risk losing the horse's trail. Elwyn lights her lantern as well. The group works steadily westward, among ancient timbers that rise like massive stone columns into their dark upper canopies. These are great, ageless sentinels, with buttress roots as high as fences and craggy bark slathered in lichen. The forest floor is a rich bed of pine and moss, carpeted with large ferns, and decorated with all manner of enormous nurse logs. About a mile or so in, as eventide fades into the onset of night, the destrier's trail breaks north from the road. This makes it a bit easier to track through pressed pine needles and broken ferns. It bends westward before joining what Torosh initially thinks is an old logging path. "Look," says the huntsmaster, pointing to an ever-widening alley of broken vegetation and tamped earth. Innumerable gouges, troughs, and bootprints blaze a noisy, westbound trail. "A blind man could follow this track. There's been a bloody army through here recently." Indeed, the traffic here is so obvious that it's nigh impossible to miss, even in the dark of the forest. Ioan looks southward, in the direction of the western road. I see. It bends southwest, back toward the road. A well-trained horse, should it lose its rider, will generally follow the trail it made before its rider was lost. Presuming that Babylon did that, Sir Ignatius joined this trail to the east of where it meets the western road. "So brigands then," says Yari. "They've a hideout somewhere to the north, and it's via this swath that they bring their spoils back to it." "Is this where your company camped, Torosh?" asks Elwyn. "When you heard the singing?" Torosh shrugs. "We weren't this far north of the road, but we were in this region." The party decides to snuff their lights to avoid detection. They follow Torosh on a generally western tack for the better part of an hour. Night comes quickly in a forest, and more quickly still in an old-growth forest. It's soon pitch black, and everyone but Angharad and Yari, who have infravision, is nearly blind. Fortunately, the wide swath cut by Yari's brigands is identifiable, even in the darkness. At length, the adventurers find themselves in a clearing of sorts. Silver moonlight streams down from a blue-black sky, spattered white with stars and purple with nebulae. A large, grassy hill dominates the centre of the clearing, upon which grow myriad conifers and hardwoods that are significantly younger, and therefore smaller, than the massive trees of the old forest that surrounds them. The hill itself looks out of place. Shaped more like a large hemisphere than a natural hillock, it swells up from the earth, as a fresh welt might swell up from skin. "That's a barrow," says Angharad. "It is," agrees Ioan. "There are many of them in the region, tombs of forgotten kings who once reigned in ages long lost." Elwyn nods. "Though this is the largest I've ever seen." The party approaches the ominous hill cautiously, their way made barely visible by smatterings of moonlight through gathering pines. It's a sad, forlorn place that seems to hold stubbornly onto an unnatural darkness. Elwyn lights her lantern once again. Following the swath as it wraps around the southern arc of the Barrow, they find a portion of it shaved vertically flat, like a small cliff face. In front of this stands a mighty live oak tree, with low, wide-reaching branches upon which no leaves grow. As the party nears it, they see that the entire tree is blackened as though burned in a forest fire that spared all other vegetation. Ioan, Yari, and Torosh fan out, prowling cautiously through the silhouettes of the trees to flush out any guardsmen. They find none. To the extent that there truly are robbers and brigands residing within this great barrow, they are evidently unconcerned about the prospect of unwanted visitors. Indeed, it almost seems to the adventurers that the lonesome barrow, with its innumerable layers of unhappy shadow, is somehow beckoning them. Chapter 2. ALFWINE. Turn 1. Large granite blocks, roughly 2 by 4 feet each, have been stacked together in the face of the hill, creating what looks like a retaining wall. This wall rises some 12 feet from the forest floor and is about twice as wide as it is high. In its centre, a large circular slab of granite looks to have been forced to the side, revealing a 6-foot-wide black hole. Mist streams out of this hole and rolls across the ground in the pale light of Elwyn's lantern, like cold fog rolling in from a dark sea. Yari carefully approaches the slab and kneels to inspect the ground in front of it. "Moved recently," he mutters, pointing at a large trough evidently carved into the soft earth by the massive stone. "Moved from the outside?" asks Eoin pensively. "Or moved from the inside?" The dwarf inspects the mossy stone floor of the threshold. "Well, there's been quite a bit of foot traffic coming in and out. Wait! Do you hear that?" The others share concerned glances with each other and look around in various directions. "It's coming from within the barrow," whispers Yari, pulling back his hood and cocking an ear at the gaping black hole in front of him. "It sounds like singing." The others slowly make their way forward, straining to hear. Angharad nods quizzically. "I hear it. It sounds like, how'd you call them, a sea shanty?" Soon everyone can hear it. Indeed, it seems as though many voices are joined in merry song from deep within the barrow, though they are too distant to make out any lyrics. Torosh nods emphatically. "Aye, this is what my company heard when we camped to the south." "Then Yari was right," declares Eoin. "It's brigands using the barrow as a hideout." Elwyn purses her lips. "I hope that it is just brigands." After a time, the singing crumbles into raucous laughter before fading altogether and leaving the adventurers in the dark silence of the old forest. "All right," says Yari at last. "Give me some time to check for traps before we head in." Turn 2. The dwarf inspects the threshold for traps by the light of Elwyn's lantern, which casts the shadows of nearby trees into tortured dance and makes Yari's silhouette appear distorted and malign on the moss-covered granite of the tomb entrance. "Looks clear," the thief says, standing up. The adventurers cautiously gather about the threshold and peer into the darkness beyond. Turn 3. The barrow entrance is a 10-foot-wide chamber of moss-carpeted stone running north for 7 or so paces before ending at a stone double door. The eastern and western sides of the chamber are lined with 3 alcoves each, though the party cannot see into them from their current position at the threshold. There is a damp, earthy smell, like an old cellar, and the faint aroma of decay. The walls and ceiling are made of large granite blocks. Centuries of tree roots probe inexorably between many of the blocks, pitching them slightly askew and slowly tearing the barrow apart. Elwyn peers up dubiously. "Do you think it's safe, Yari?" The dwarf gingerly creeps into the chamber and examines the blocks, some 6 feet above his head, as best he can. "Aye, the whole tomb will collapse at some point, but not likely in our lifetimes." Eoin and then Torosh carefully enter behind Yari and fan out to inspect the alcoves. They appear to be empty, but for occasional scraps of rotted linen, while the lichenous stone floor throughout the chamber is scuffed with recent foot traffic. Angharad and Elwyn enter last. Angharad joins Yari to inspect the double door. They are massive granite slabs, 5 feet wide and 10 feet tall, etched with knotwork reliefs of warriors in battle. The warriors on the left side of the relief descend from a hill wielding great two-handed swords. The warriors on the right side of the relief march upwards to meet them, bearing shields and pikes. A large smattering of strange script is splattered across the reliefs in what appears to be dried blood. Yari delicately reaches out to touch the blood before bringing the tips of his fingers to his dark eyes for examination. "This was left fairly recently," he mutters, looking up at Angharad. "Do you recognise the writing?" The elf furrows her brow. "Well, the relief commemorates an ancient battle. The letters have some structures similar to common, so the language is likely an ancestor." Eoin approaches for a better look. "So it's an ancient phrase, but written recently?" Angharad nods, before closing her eyes and speaking softly in strange tones. The others recognise these as similar to those she spoke when she cast the sleep spell in the Shrine of the Oozing Serpent. She then opens her eyes and re-examines the writing. "I can understand the phrase now. It says, 'All who enter will be cursed.'" Torosh rolls his eyes. "Of course it says that." "Strange," murmurs Angharad, still studying the script. "If this was written recently, whoever wrote it speaks a long-forgotten language." There is a moment of silence before Elwyn turns to Torosh and gestures at the door with a shrug and a smile. "Shall we?" Torosh grins at the optimistic girl and obeys. Turn 4. With a nod from Eoin and Yari, the barbarian heaves a broad shoulder into the great stone doors and slowly drives forward, pushing them apart. Beyond is a 10-foot-wide, cobweb-festooned alley, running west for about 8 paces and east for about 10. It looks to turn north at both ends and is lined with small niches in which candles burn, revealing a stone floor littered with broken pottery fragments. Directly in front of the now opened double door, a large clay jar appears to be floating in the air about 5 feet off the ground. The chorus of singing voices returns and is now clearer, though it's still too muffled to determine its source or make out any lyrics. "Burning candles," notes Elwyn. "And the singing," adds Eoin. "No question, this barrow is occupied." Holding up a staying hand, Yari inspects the floating jar for traps, while Angharad uses her wand of magic detection to scan the surrounding area. The spell, which causes magic items to glow blue in the mind's eye of its caster, does not reveal anything enchanted around the jar. It does, however, reveal a soft blue light at the eastern end of the hallway. Meanwhile, Yari's inspection reveals a slender thread hanging from the ceiling, by which the jar is suspended. "Looks like just a thread," notes the thief. "I can cut it, but I'd be willing to wager it's part of some alarm system." Elwyn takes a step back. "Let's leave it be if we can avoid it." "The singing comes from both directions," observes Torosh. "Which way should we go?" "Let's go east," suggests Angharad, peering curiously down the corridor at the soft blue light that only she can see. Yari nods and steps out front to check for traps. In this wide corridor, Ioan and Toros follow him shoulder to shoulder, a few paces back. Angharad and Elwyn walk side by side behind them. Turn 5. The hallway travels east for about 10 paces before turning north, whereupon it narrows to about 5 feet wide. Just before this northbound turn, a portal in the southern wall looks to have collapsed at some point and is completely blocked by damp earth and broken stones. 5 skeletal arms protrude from the rubble. As the party approaches, the arms begin flailing pitifully, their skeletal hands grasping and clutching at air. "Los Murta!" curses Toros, grasping the hilt of his sword with both hands and levelling the blade in a defensive position. "Those arms are moving!" One of the bony arms awkwardly swings a bronze sword covered in a verdigris patina. The sword glows in Angharad's mind's eye and is the source of the blue light she's been watching as the party approached. "That sword is enchanted," she whispers. "And the arms?" asks a startled Elwyn. "Are they animated, like Gorfthistl's gnomes?" Crossbow raised, Yari creeps carefully forward for a closer look. "They're entombed in the fallen stone, likely buried by the collapse in whatever chamber once lay on the other side of this portal." Ioan glances at Angharad and back at the twitching bones. "Do you suppose that whatever enchantment is on that sword also animates those arms?" The elf bites her lip gently and steps closer to the portal, green eyes glittering with curiosity. "I am unsure. I can only see that the sword is magical. I cannot tell more about it without examining it." Toros guffaws. "You've that look in your eye, seeress." Angharad smiles sheepishly. "Well, I would prefer not having this swinging sword behind us as we pass," says Ioan. He looks at Yari. "Do you think you could loop it with your rope?" Yari shrugs and unshoulders his backpack. "I can try." The group retreats a pace or two back down the corridor, while Yari prepares a bowline knot and passes an end of his rope through it. It takes a few tosses, but he's able to cast his lasso over the flailing blade. He then shakes the rope until the loop falls down and around the hilt. With a quick yank, he jerks the blade free from the skeletal hand. It comes clattering across the stone floor to land at his feet. "Fair play," cheers Ioan. "Terrific work, Yari," agrees Elwyn. The dwarf nods and steps back, less than eager to touch the strange weapon that danced in the hand of a dead man mere moments ago. It is Ioan who steps forth, kneels, and retrieves the sword. He reverently picks it up and removes Yari's lasso from the hilt before lifting it so that the others can see. The group huddles around the weapon, curiously. It's about 3 feet long and encrusted in a verdigris patina, but the blade yet gleams. Of ancient design, it is not outfitted with a crossguard. Its cylindrical hilt is encased in a wood of some kind that appears unaffected by nameless centuries in the damp environment of the Barrow. Its bronze pommel is flat, circular, and unadorned. "It's a beautiful sword, Angharad," says Ioan, pointing to etched symbols beneath the patina encrusted on the blade. "Is this the same language you deciphered on the double door?" "I think so," says Angharad, examining the symbols closely. "But I'll need to study them. I was only able to make out the words on the double door because I cast a spell which has, alas, now expired." She looks at Torosh and Ioan with a teasing smile. It might wear well on the hip of a fine warrior, you know. Torosh grunts a heathen oath. Not on the hip of this fine warrior. I've enough curses piling up on my ledger as it is. Aye, agrees Ioan, gingerly passing the blade to Angharad with characteristic respect. Perhaps we ought to let you study it first. Angharad smiles gently at the young lancer and accepts the blade, sliding it through the loop at the top of her pack and securing it with a leather strap. Turn 6. The adventurers carefully make their way around the flailing skeletal arms and turn left into the northbound corridor. Also lined with burning candles, this narrower corridor runs north for at least a dozen paces. There appear to be 3 portals, spaced at roughly even intervals of 3 or so paces, on its eastern side, and 1 portal about halfway up its western side. The first of the eastern portals is immediately to the party's right as they enter the corridor. Beyond it is an antechamber of about 5 feet and, beyond that, a room of about 15 squared feet. By the light of Elwyn's lantern, the adventurers can see into the unlit room from their position in the corridor. Empty stone coffers line the walls. Their lids are broken, removed, or both. In the centre of the room, a small cairn has been made from the rubble of one of the lids. Muffled, feminine screams, almost like squeaking, seem to echo from beneath the cairn. The adventurers look briefly at each other. "What do you suppose that is?" whispers Elwyn. Her silver eyes are wide as she peers into the chamber. "I don't know," says Angharad, cocking one pointed ear. "It's almost too, well, mellifluous to be a mouse." "It sounds like it's coming from under that cairn," observes Ioan. "It could be a trap," warns Yari. "Let me have a look first." Elwyn steps into the antechamber, shining her lantern into the dark room behind Yari. Angharad remains in the corridor between Torosh and Ioan. Torosh stands rearguard, lest the wiggling skeletal arms somehow break free from the collapsed portal to the south. Ioan stands vanguard, lest unwanted visitors approach from the north. Yari cautiously enters the room, carefully scanning the floor as he approaches the coffers. "All empty." Angharad frowns. "We can presume this is one of the burial chambers. If the coffers are empty, then either the new residents of the Barrow have robbed the graves, or—" "Right," sighs Torosh, watching the half-dozen skeletal arms twitch beneath the rubble to the south. "Do you think that's them, Angharad?" asks Ioan, pointing at the arms. "The dead awoke from this chamber and got somehow trapped in that rubble." "No," interjects Yari from within the burial room. "The lids in here have been moved recently. That portal out there collapsed a long time ago." Elwyn looks at Yari and then Angharad. "If that's true, then the dead in both rooms are animated. Just like King Bomfluke and his court." Angharad nods. "It follows, then, that one magic spell could have animated the dead in this burial room and those trapped under the rubble at the same time." Ioan grimaces. "I see. The dead in the rubble were animated after that portal collapsed." Torosh likewise grimaces. "So they were living men, killed in a cave-in? Then to add insult to injury, they were awoken from death to find themselves still trapped in that same cave-in?" Ioan shrugs. "Perhaps they were grave robbers of long ago, and set off a trap." These ruminations are interrupted when the squeaking, which had quieted as the adventurers began talking, returns louder than ever. Something's trapped under there, declares Elwyn. It sounds like... I'm not sure how to put this. It sounds almost like a tiny woman. Satisfied that the burial chamber is otherwise empty, Yari sets himself to the task of inspecting the little cairn for traps. Turn 7. Yari concludes his search, discovering no traps. He nods at Elwyn. The young priestess enters the chamber, kneels near the coffer, and sets her lantern on the floor. She carefully places an ear next to the pile of stone before looking up. It sounds like a little girl. She's trapped and frightened. Angharad steps into the chamber. Torosh and Eoin edge into the antechamber, but face partially outwards to keep an eye on the corridor. "All right," says the elf maiden. "We should help her. Yari, can you shift the top without collapsing it?" Yari, still kneeling at the cairn next to Elwyn, nods. "I think it's just stacked stone, about 2 feet wide at the base and a foot high. If there's a little girl in there, she's got to be very little." While his companions look on with interest, the dwarf carefully removes the uppermost 3 stones of the cairn. Before he can remove the 4th, something bursts out with blinding speed, sending the remaining stones flying and causing both Yari and Elwyn to fall back onto their haunches. In the light of the lantern, the large shadow of a small creature dances angrily on the walls of the burial chamber. The room echoes with a ferocious buzzing sound. The creature is visible for one moment and invisible the next. It's about a foot tall, with large dragonfly wings. Though she can see it only in brief flashes, Elwyn thinks it looks like a miniature person. It flies about the room, dive-bombing the explorers, who can only duck and cover their heads. It's shouting in a strange tongue as loud as its tiny voice will permit. "Kernonos," swears Torosh, leaping back into the corridor. "It's a murder hornet." "Or a vampire bat," cries Eoin, ducking under his shield. "It's got a tiny little sword," warns Yari. The thief fumbles for his crossbow, but Elwyn stays his hand. "Hold, Yari," commands Angharad excitedly. "I know that language. She's a pixie." "What's she saying?" asks Elwyn, still crouched next to Yari, with her hand on the riser of his crossbow. Angharad ducks as the tiny creature dives at her. "Something about robbers and clatterfeet. Also, she says that she will kill every last one of us." "Can you calm her down, Angharad?" asks Elwyn, with some urgency in her tone. Angharad holds up a hand and proclaims something in a language no one else can understand. Then she seems to chide herself and speaks in what sounds to Elwyn like a different language. This language seems to work, as the creature stops whipping about for the first time. "Say more of that, Angharad," urges Yari. The creature flies over to the seeress until she's a mere foot or so from Angharad's face, and holds sufficiently still that the others can see her clearly for the first time. Indeed, to Elwyn, she looks like a miniature version of Angharad. No more than a foot tall and very slender, she has a thick mane of blonde hair, a pair of large, pointed ears, and 2 insectoid wings as long as she is tall, buzzing between her shoulder blades. She is naked but for a gossamer loincloth, and holds a little silver knife in her right hand. She has an utterly ferocious look on her miniature features, and is speaking to Angharad in short, angry tones. Elwyn wonders if a pixie might be related to elves. She wants to ask Angharad, but decides to hold her tongue, since the two are deep in parley. The tête-à-tête continues for some time, the tension in the room slowly easing as the pixie relaxes enough to perch herself on top of Angharad's quarterstaff. Though Elwyn can feel the tone of the exchange shift from confrontational to conversational, the little pixie peers around dubiously at Angharad's companions on more than one occasion. Elwyn can make out her own name and the names of her companions, as Angharad gestures to each, evidently introducing them. At length, the little creature begins to look almost sleepy, like a tiny berserker whose battle fury is ending. The conversation carries on, with the pixie pointing to the cairn, the coffers, and the antechamber, and Angharad gesturing quizzically in response. Presently, Angharad smiles and nods. Then the pixie leaps off the magic user's staff and buzzes out of the chamber between Ioan and Toros, causing each to step back and duck slightly. Once in the corridor, Toros sees she turns south and zigzags west into the hall of the floating jar before disappearing from view. Turn 8. "Well," says Yari, picking himself up off the floor and offering a hand to Elwyn. "That was surreal." "What did she have to say, Angharad?" asks Ioan, stepping further into the antechamber. Angharad walks over to the nearest coffer, peers inside as if to make sure it's empty, and gracefully takes a seat on its edge, like a maiden preparing for a bath. The others wait patiently while she seems to organize her thoughts. Her name is ALFWINE. She is a pixie. Apparently, none of Angharad's companions had heard of a pixie before this encounter. "Are pixies by chance related to elves?" asks a fascinated Elwyn. "She looked quite a bit like you, in her own miniature way." Angharad smiles. "Yes, pixies and elves are distant cousins. This is why I was able to speak her language." "That's a good thing too," observes Yari. "She was quite agitated." Angharad nods gravely. "Yes, she says that she's been trapped under that pile of stones for at least a fortnight." "Goodness," breathes Elwyn. "How did she get stuck in there?" "She says that Clatterfeet put her in there." "Clatterfeet," repeats Toros. "It's what she calls the walking dead. Animated skeletons like the ones trapped out there." Angharad peers into the coffer upon which she sits. "And the ones who once rested in here." Elwyn slowly nods. "So they captured her. Does she know how it came to be that the dead interred here now walk?" Angharad is silent for a space, as if still trying to make sure she understands what Elfwin explained to her. "She says that this barrow has two parts. One part is the tombs we are in now. They were constructed centuries ago to house the bodies of warriors slain in a legendary battle. The other part is a small series of natural caves, just west of the tombs. Elfwin resides in the caves." "What brings her to the tombs?" asks Ioan. Angharad's large green eyes narrow for a moment. "She says that she has lived in the caves for several decades. She says that the dead who sleep in the tombs have been good neighbours, inasmuch as, I suppose, they've been quiet." "Right," says Yari, "being dead." "Yes," says Angharad. Elfwin says that she has not heard a sound from the tombs in the nearly 30 years that she's lived in the caves. Then, about a month ago, she says, the tombs broke out into what she described as an awful racket. Ioan and Toros, who are still partly standing in the corridor, and who can therefore still hear the rowdy music from the distance, say in unison, "Like singing?" "Yes," says Angharad. "She says that the tombs went from as quiet as a graveyard to as loud as a beer hall overnight. She says she thought that scores of men had invaded the barrow and set about drinking ale, singing and carrying on. She says she tried her best to ignore the clamour, but that it went on for more than a week. Torosh looks at the heavy stone blocks of the burial chamber. I don't suppose banging on the ceiling with a broom would accomplish much. No, says Angharad. She says that she entered the tombs to, as she put it, tell the Clatterfeet to keep it down. Elwyn's young features are set with concern. What happened next? They snatched her and buried her here, says Angharad, gesturing at the now ruined cairn. She heard them say that the wizard could use her as a reagent. Of course, there's a wizard, sighs Eoin. What's a reagent? Asks Torosh. A spell component, responds Elwyn helpfully. She's clearly proud that she knows the answer to this one. Magic users use them to cast some spells, right, Angharad? The seeress nods. Yari looks grave. What kind of spell would use a pixie as a component? Angharad furrows her brow again. I am unsure, but we all know what the involvement of a wizard might mean. In the same way that Gorfthistle raised the cult of Malvis, a necromancer could have raised the dead soldiers interred here. Eoin removes his helmet and tousles his copper hair, but to more, nefarious ends. So the robbers and brigands of whom we've heard so much, ponders Torosh. They are, as Angharad's friend calls them, Clatterfeet? The seeress shrugs. I am not versed in the undead, beyond the experience I shared with you at the Shrine of the Oozing Serpent. But I don't recall Gorfthistle's zombies speaking, much less singing. Whatever men reside in this barrow, dead or alive, apparently do both. Has she seen Sir Ignatius? Asks Elwyn. Or Quintius, or the missing merchants? Having been trapped in this prison, responds the elf, pointing down at the pile of rubble. She knows little else about what's happening in the tombs. But she did say that we are welcome to visit her in the caves west of here. She said that she would tell the Guardian to let us pass. Yari looks up. Guardian? Angharad nods. Yes. It's not unheard of for tombs to have guardians to keep grave robbers out. And, I suppose, other things in. Torosh groans. Did she say what kind of guardian? Angharad shakes her head. No, and, for some reason I can't explain, I thought it impolite to ask. Well, sighs Torosh, it's probably just a small dog. Or perhaps a goose, adds a hopeful Yari. Some people have watch geese, you know. My uncle swears by roosters, offers Eoin. He's adamant that roosters make better sentries than the best mastiffs. Now who's being optimistic? Says Elwyn. Whatever it is, says Angharad. She was very clear that we must use the North Way. She says that there are 2 exits on the western side of the tombs. One she calls the North Way. The other one, to its south, she calls the Black Door. She strongly advised that we do not use the Black Door. In the silence of the burial chamber, you can almost hear 5 separate brains imagining what might lie behind the Black Door. What's our plan, then? Asks Elwyn finally. Eoin leans his head back into the northbound corridor for a moment. Whoever is down here, living or dead or undead, they're north of us. They're still singing merrily and carrying on. If we've any chance of finding Quintius, Sir Ignatius, or the missing merchants, we should go that way. Chapter 3. Charity. Turn 9. Yari scouts north up the hallway for a few paces before reaching the second of the 3 portals on its eastern side. As he approaches, he can hear lively chatter from the room beyond. Holding up a hand to stay the others, he readies his crossbow and creeps as silently as he can until he can peer into the room. The same size and layout as the room just to its south, it's clearly a burial chamber as well. However, it's stacked with new crates of food and flagons of wine. 4 skeletal warriors, clad in ancient bronze chain mail, appear to be having a sort of picnic. 4 bronze-tipped pikes lean against a nearby wall, along with 4 bronze shields. The skeletons dig through the various crates like emaciated beggars, dropping into their open maws strips of beef, slices of cheese and hunks of bread, only to have everything tumble through their fleshless throats or fall through their rib cages. Each skeleton is carrying on merrily, commenting on the quality of the cheese, the year of the wine, and the freshness of the bread. One skeleton pours a flagon of wine into its mouth, declaring it subtle on the palate, yet pronounced on the final note. The wine passes straight through its ribs and splatters all over the floor. Hidden in the shadows as he is outside the antechamber, the skeletons don't seem to notice Yari, who slowly backtracks south down the hallway to join his companions. "There are 4 skeletons in there," he whispers, with more than a little bewilderment in his voice. "Not dead, mind you, but up and about, carrying on like pigs in a poke. They are clad in bronze armament and are having themselves a feast." This report is met with a long silence and several dumb expressions. "A feast?" asks Elwyn. Yari uncorks his wineskin and pulls a long draught. "A feast. They've got barrels of wine and crates of beef and bread. They're eating and drinking, or think they're eating and drinking, like a crew of stevedores just off shift." Another long silence and more dumb expressions. "How does that even work?" asks Eowyn. "It doesn't," says the dwarf flatly. "Everything just falls right through them and all over the floor, but they don't seem to notice." "They must not know they're dead," muses Elwyn. "It is strange, isn't it?" ponders Angharad. "I'd always heard that the animated dead were incapable of speech, like we saw at the shrine of the oozing serpent. Mere automatons, as Yari once put it." "Well," says Torosh, "what ought we to do with them?" Eowyn straightens his back. "We must confront them. They cannot be allowed to linger, preying in undeath on the living." "I agree," says Elwyn, "though there is the matter of Sir Ignatius, Quintius, and the missing merchants." Angharad nods. "Too noisy a row might even alert those revelling and singing to the north, potentially putting hostages in danger." "Shall we try and slip past?" offers Yari. This discussion is overtaken by events when one of the 4 snacking skeletons stumbles, as though drunk, out into the corridor. It has a large wheel of cheese clamped against its bronze hauberk with one bony arm, and is struggling to light a tobacco pipe with its free hand. "Would that I yet had lungs," it laments between clenched teeth, trying vainly to draw air through the pipe. It glimpses the conspiring adventurers huddled in the corridor, snaps its head about and aims at them, a pair of vacuous eye sockets. The 2 sides stare stupidly at each other in silence, before the skeleton opens its mouth, causing the tobacco pipe to fall out. "Forsooth, lest mine eyes deceive, methinks I doth espy a pentad of the living." Combat. Surprise round. Party wins surprise. Torosh hurls his javelin before the pipe has even hit the floor. The creature raises its wheel of cheese like a shield, but there's too much force behind the missile. It pierces the Parmesan bulwark, nailing it to the skeleton's sternum like a pinwheel, and the creature crumbles to the floor beneath its aegis of brie. "The door!" shouts Eoin, drawing his sword and dashing to block the portal. "Don't let them out into the hallway." He reaches the door and steps into the antechamber while the three skeletons scramble for their weapons in the makeshift storeroom beyond. "To arms!" cries one, dropping its flagon of wine and grabbing a pike. "Violence hath befallen us whilst we sup unawares." "Fie!" cries another, snatching up a shield to bear alongside a fresh baguette. "Villainous foes dost strike at us mid-morsel." "Once more into the breach, dear friends," shouts the third, rallying its companions with an enormous summer sausage. "The game's afoot, and our merry picnic is ruined." In the northbound corridor outside, Angharad, Elwyn and Yari move up to the portal next to Torosh. Combat. Round 1. Shield raised, Eoin advances into the storeroom and engages the skeletons, beheading one with a backhand stroke of his sword. With the lancer having made his forward advance, Torosh is able to follow through the antechamber and stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The small room, a mere 3 by 3 paces and packed with looted crates and barrels, makes for cramped combat as the two fighters trade steel for bronze with the two remaining skeletons. Outside in the corridor, Angharad, Elwyn and Yari can do little to assist their companions, blocked as they are by the fighters' backs. Presently, however, they have concerns of their own. Yari, who is positioned northernmost in the corridor, hears a panicked shout. "Alas, we are assailed!" The dwarf turns to see a skeletal warrior with a large, smouldering cigar in its mouth emerge from a portal at the northern end of the hallway. Evidently, having heard the commotion, it's rallying an additional pair of skeletons behind it. "Beset are we by burglars," calls one. "Be he ne'er so vile," responds the other. "This dark day shall gentle his condition." Yari curses, readies his crossbow, and shouts a warning over his shoulder. But the clamour of battle in the storeroom deafens Eoin and Torosh to his cries. Combat. Round 2. Yari aims his crossbow at the head of the lead skeleton and fires. His bolt strikes it hard in the fleshless mouth, shattering its jaw and sending its cigar flying in a puff of ash and ember. "Thou goatish dewberry," curses the skeleton, raising its pike and somehow managing to look insulted. "Hard pressed was I indeed to get that lit. Tally-ho!" In a clatter of bronze, mail and bone, the three skeletons charge the dwarf. Yari drops his crossbow and reaches for his dagger as they bear down upon him, vengeful pikes poised on high to shed the terrified dwarf of this mortal coil. He barely has time enough to accept the indignity of losing his life to such pretentious assailants before, in a flash of plate mail armour and whirling tartan skirts, Elwyn is there. The young cleric steps confidently between the dwarf and his doom, with neither mace drawn nor shield raised. Indeed, she pulls the helmet from her head and drops it to the floor, black hair spilling out and cascading onto her sabatons. Yari doesn't understand what she's doing, but is stunned at how tall and noble she looks. The priestess grabs her silver necklace, pulls it up over her head, and presents to the monsters the golden symbol of law hanging thereon. In an impossibly strong voice, she commands them, "Redite ad requiem!" Yari doesn't know what these words mean, but the skeletons must. They turn and, in an awful panic, flee before Elwyn, like 3 bony jackals before a black-maned lioness. "Undone are we," they cry, crashing into each other as they fight to escape the cleric of law. The priestess's command is so powerful that even the skeletons in the storeroom, who cannot see Elwyn or her holy symbol, falter momentarily. Lawfully aligned, Eoin feels a rush of inspiration at the power in Elwyn's voice. He crashes through his foe's defences, felling it. Torosh, too, exploits his opponent's momentary lapse and frees it from undeath with a powerful stroke of his bastard sword. Turn 10. "Elwyn," stammers Yari. What was that? How did you make them flee like that? They were terrified of you." Elwyn smiles sweetly as she returns to what, in the eyes of the dwarf at least, seems a more mortal form. "The undead cannot abide the light of law. They must flee from its holy presence." Angharad too is fascinated. "You commanded them? What did you say? If you're comfortable sharing." Elwyn retrieves her helmet from the floor. "I just told them to go back to sleep. The dead know that they have no business being up and about to begin with." Eoin and Torosh emerge from the storeroom. "I heard you even in there," marvels the barbarian. "It was your voice, to be sure. You were speaking. It was powerful. But it wasn't like a shout, more like a roar." "I heard it as well," exclaims an elated Eoin. His hazel eyes are shining. "Also, somehow, I felt it. It was... I'm not sure how to say this. It was deeply moving to me." At this point, Elwyn is blushing. It's a power given to some servants of the divine order. We can sometimes compel the undead to flee. It's called turning. I've never done it until now. I'm not even sure how I did it." Torosh recalls his adventures with Elwyn in the shrine of the oozing serpent, and can't help but once again grin at the girl. "There's a lot more to you than you let on, priestess." Angharad smiles as well. "Yes, and perhaps more even than you yet know. I am comforted having you here with us in this dark place." "Indeed, and double," agrees Yari. "I thought that was the end of me. You saved my life." Despite herself, Elwyn beams with pleasure at the approval of her friends, especially Eoin. She can feel him looking at her. She sneaks a glance at the young lancer who, in turn, blushes and quickly looks down. Well," he stammers, collecting himself. "It is heartening indeed to see the loom of light shining in so dim a place as this." "Yes," says Angharad, noticing the exchange and sharing a wink with Yari and Torosh. "You truly are our light-bearer." Regaining her composure, Elwyn bows her head and gives silent thanks for that small part of the cosmic mystery to which she now feels a little bit closer. Retrieving her lantern, she pokes her head back into the makeshift storeroom. "Shall we have a look and see what goods the skeletons have pillaged?" While Ioan stands guard in the corridor, the others inspect the storeroom. Branded with the insignias of various merchants, the crates and barrels here are almost certainly those looted during the recent raids by robbers and brigands on the western road. Torosh plucks the summer sausage from the bony grip of a felled skeleton, bites off a large piece, and washes it down with several gulps of wine. "Well, that's riddle solved. These Clatterfeet are surely our brigands." "You do have to wonder why," ponders Yari, replenishing his wineskin from a nearby flagon. "They seem to think they need to eat." "It's almost as if they're play-acting," muses Angharad. Looking around with distaste, she's altogether uninterested in sampling any canapes picnicked in a tomb. "If these merchant goods are here," reasons Elwyn, "maybe the merchants themselves are nearby. There are 3 portals in the corridor left to explore, one just across the hall, one just north of us on this side, and one at the northern end of the corridor." Ioan, who is standing in the hallway by the western portal, can peer inside since it has no door. He sees a large empty chamber, about 3 paces east to west and 4 paces north to south. Like the rest of the barrow, it's lit by burning candles in niches lining the walls. 3 tapestries hang from the southern wall, but the lancer can't make out their details from his position outside the room. The group decides that Ioan will guard this room, and Torosh will guard the portal at the northern end of the corridor, while the others explore the last room on the eastern side. Turn 11. Torosh creeps up the corridor toward the northern portal, stopping to help himself to the still smouldering cigar that Yari's crossbow bolt knocked to the floor. Arriving at the portal, he peers inside. He then turns and nods at the others, so as to confirm there are no apparent dangers. Yari enters the northernmost chamber on the eastern side of the corridor. The same layout as the 2 rooms to its south, it too is lined with open, shattered coffers. Skeletal remains lay in some of the coffers, their skulls bashed in. On the wall opposite the antechamber is what appears to have once been an etchwork relief. It looks to have been destroyed with a hammer and chisel. There is a phrase splattered across it in dried blood, similar in script to that found on the tomb entrance. Yari inspects the room for traps. When he doesn't find any, he beckons Angharad and Elwyn to enter. Turn 12. "The 3 chambers on this side of the corridor are all the same," observes Yari. "They all likely served as burial chambers for some of the warriors who died in the ancient battle." Elwyn peers into the coffers. "I wonder why the skeletons here didn't rise with the others. Their skulls seem to have been crushed, but I can't tell when." Angharad inspects the crude writing splattered on the wall. This is the same language that's on the double door in the entrance chamber. "Yari, is this blood recently let as well?" The thief scrapes some of the blood off the wall with his dagger and examines it closely. "Aye. Seems someone defiled the stonework here too." Though Angharad's read languages spell has long since faded, her familiarity with the linguistic roots of Old Common help her to piece together the writing here. This says, "Here lies a bunch of no good cowards." "So the animated skeletons wrote that?" asks Elwyn. "And bashed the skulls of those still lying here?"
Why? The seeress frowns. I'm not sure. Perhaps because whatever raised the animated warriors didn't raise these warriors as well. Yari takes a closer look at the skeletal remains in the coffer nearest him. It doesn't look like there was a struggle. Wait! The dwarf carefully retrieves one of the broken skulls and holds it up in the light of Elwyn's lantern. In its eye sockets is a pair of exquisitely crafted glass eyes. Fenri's fetters, swears the thief. I thought for a moment these were actual eyes. Are they gems, Yari? Asks Angharad. The dwarf turns the skull over, looking at them closely. No, I think they're just glass. Ought we take them? Asks Elwyn. Angharad produces her wand of magic detection and waves it over the skull. They don't appear to be enchanted. Well crafted or not, says Yari, setting the skull down. I don't think they're worth much gold. Elwyn nods. Let's leave them be. Angharad and Yari agree, exiting the burial chamber and returning to the corridor outside. Turn 13. The group reconvenes and cautiously enters the large, empty room on the west side of the corridor. Yari approaches the 3 tapestries hanging in front of the southern wall. Each is about 5 feet wide and covers the distance from ceiling to floor at about 10 feet long. The westernmost tapestry looks golden or yellow. The middle tapestry, underneath which flickers a white light, features a stoic warrior holding a sword. The easternmost tapestry features a monk kneeling in prayer. There's a light beneath the middle tapestry, the thief observes, like a flickering candle. Let me look before you touch anything, warns Angharad. Powerful magic is sometime woven into tapestries. The elf joins Yari, while Elwyn, Eoin and Torosh wait at the entrance to the room. Angharad hisses as she approaches the westernmost tapestry. Don't touch this one. It's covered in yellow mould, just like the purple cloak in Draxus's workshop. Disturbing the tapestry could release the spores and prove fatal. Yari gives the yellow tapestry a respectful berth and examines the easternmost tapestry. There's something behind this one. It looks like a chain, hanging from the ceiling. It could be a bell pull, or a trigger. Can you see what it's connected to? Asks Elwyn from the doorway. Yari carefully pokes his head behind the tapestry, which hangs from the ceiling about a foot in front of the wall. It just comes out of a small hole in the ceiling. Ah, wait. There's a door here in the middle of the wall. That's where the light's coming from. It's shining out from underneath the door. Turn 14. Yari thoroughly inspects the wall, chain, and door for traps, carefully drawing the middle and eastern tapestries to the left and avoiding the yellow tapestry altogether. The door is about 8 feet tall, 4 feet wide, and made of solid stone, with no apparent handle or knob. I haven't found any traps, says Yari. It seems to me that the chain opens the door. Should we pull it? Asks Angharad. It's possible the hostages are behind that door, says Elwyn. All right, says Yari. Don't stand in front of it, though. Angharad and Elwyn retreat to the hallway. Eoin and Torosh ready their weapons, but stay by the exit to the room. Yari stands to the eastern side of the stone door and, once everyone is prepared, pulls the chain. Turn 15. The stone door swings forward to reveal a semicircular room to the south. Its flat wall is on the northern side and about 15 feet across, while its arched wall
is on the southern side and about 10 feet deep. At the apex of the arc in the southern wall stands the life-sized, white marble statue of a beautiful woman in a gossamer gown. Her face is serene and saintly, but set with 2 empty eye sockets. Her hands are cupped together as if making an offering. In them is a bronze brazier from which white, smokeless flames burn brightly. These are evidently the source of the light that shone beneath the stone door. The adventurers slowly approach the portal to the room, but don't cross the threshold. There is a quiet, tranquil peace to the place. "Don't enter just yet," warns Yari. "Let me check for traps first." "There's no need for that," says Elwyn. Her silver eyes are fixed on the statue. Yari looks at the cleric, then at the others, then at the cleric again. "I'm sorry?" "This is a chapel," Eoin says softly. "That is charity."
"What is charity?" asks Torosh.
"She is charity," answers Elwyn quietly, without taking her eyes off the statue. "She is one of the 7 virtues of the divine order of law. There can be no danger around her." Elwyn confidently enters the chamber and kneels before the statue, bowing her head in silent prayer. Eoin lowers himself to one knee and bows his head as well. "She is beautiful," says Angharad after a time, admiring the smooth marble idol. "If she was interred here with the ancient soldiers, they must have revered her as well in days long past." "I'm not sure," says Elwyn, standing up. "The Divine Order is just now rediscovering its history, lost as it's been for time untold."
"Where are her eyes?" asks Torosh curiously. "Is she blind?"
"No," begins Eoin, but is cut off when Angharad, Elwyn and Yari all blurt in unison, "In the skull!" Eoin and Torosh scarce have time to share a glance before Elwyn turns on her heels, rushes out of the chapel, and disappears through the door to the hallway. Returning moments later, she holds the skull Yari found in the northmost burial chamber. Beaming with excitement, she hands it to the dwarf. Yari holds the skull up between himself and the statue, examining both carefully, while Angharad and Elwyn wait excitedly. Meanwhile, Eoin and Torosh simply stand there, looking confused.
"Sure enough," Yari says at last.
"I knew it!"
shouts a giddy Elwyn before hushing herself to a solemn state more appropriate in the presence of a deity. "How do we remove them?" asks Angharad, nearly as giddy as Elwyn.
"I suppose just break it,"
surmises Yari, turning the skull over in his hands.
"The eyes aren't much use to this old fellow anyway."
The dwarf carries the skull out of the chapel chamber and sets it on the floor of the large room to the north. From his backpack, he removes a small hammer and a set of iron spikes. Elwyn is nearly beside herself with nervousness.
"Oh, do be careful, Yari."
"She's not wrong," agrees Torosh, somewhat gamely. "It wouldn't do to smash the eyes of a goddess, Yari."
"She's not a goddess," corrects Eoin. "She's a virtue, an avatar of the divine order."
"Oh," said Torosh, "like a demigod?"
"No," says Eoin. "A manifestation of the cosmic mystery in mortal form."
"Ah," says Torosh, "like a saint, then?"
"No," sighs Eoin.
Ahem," coughs Yari.
affixing the budding theologists with a stern glance. "I'll need to concentrate." Ioan and Toros fall respectfully silent. Yari pauses.
"To be clear, I'm a thief, not a surgeon."
"You'll do fine, Yari," soothes Angharad.
"Wait,"
says Toros, stepping forward and kneeling beside the dwarf. He points to the junction of natural stitching where the frontal, lacrimal, and temporal plates of the skull converge.
"Put your chisel here."
The group waits with breath bated as Yari places the tip of his spike where Toros indicated and begins tapping lightly. In short order, the old skull splits along the natural fault lines and breaks apart. Yari is then able to push the glass eyes out from inside the orbital bones and into Toros's cupped hands. "Well done!" cheers Angharad. Ioan regards Toros, suitably impressed. "How did you know where to hit it?" The barbarian hands the eyes to Elwyn.
"My tribe makes drinking bowls from the skulls of our enemies."
Elwyn reverently enters the chapel, carefully places each eye in the statue's empty eye sockets, and kneels before her in silent prayer. To the amazement of the others, the statue's eyes close, and the white, smokeless fire in her brazier burns out. Elwyn stands up and, clearly performing a rite, reaches into the bowl. She kneels once again, whispering a final prayer, and retreating from the room. Returning to her friends, she opens her hands to reveal 5 brilliant sapphires. "One for each of us." There is a collective gasp. "It's all right. They're a gift from her." Elwyn's shining eyes overflow with radiant tears that stream without levy down her face. Her smile is so purely joyous that Ioan cannot bring himself to look down at his gem. It's one of those rarest of smiles that are compelled not by the self, but by something beyond the self, a divine reality that mortals can glimpse only through vision made clear by true piety, and which, even then, is so fleeting that you're not sure if you actually glimpsed it. It's the kind of smile that you can feel being smiled without looking, and here the cleric's companions are pleased to stand quietly in its presence for a time. Chapter 4. ANEBET. Turn 16. The happy interlude concluded, Yari pulls the chain once again, closing the heavy stone door and leaving Charity in peace. Toros leads the group north up the corridor to its terminus at the portal he guarded earlier. The room beyond is about 5 paces north to south and 3 paces east to west. There are 2 other exits from the room. One is an open, westbound corridor in the middle of the western wall. The other is a closed stone door near the middle of the eastern wall. There is a squat barrel, of modern make, standing on end in the centre of the room. 3 crates are stationed around it, like makeshift chairs. On top of the barrel lays a still smoking pipe, a large copper flagon, several overturned copper cups, and a few other small items. The room smells quite pleasant, owing to an opened cedar box of pipe tobacco on the stone floor near the table. Yari and Toros enter the room first. Toros approaches the westbound corridor, and Yari approaches the table. Ioan enters next, inspecting the large stone door in the middle of the eastern wall. Elwyn and Angharad remain in the hallway to keep an eye out to the south. This is the room from which the 3 skeletons who attacked Yari emerged, recalls Angharad.
It looks like they were playing knucklebones. With actual knucklebones.
Yari gestures at 3 small piles of finger bones on the table, before picking up the pipe and peering into the flagon. Puffing on his cigar, Torosh looks down the westbound corridor, which opens up about a half-dozen paces away into a small vestibule.
When they fled from Elwyn, they must have run down this corridor. I suppose that's why the singing stopped.
Everyone pauses and looks at each other. When did the singing stop? Asks Eoin. A rigorous discussion ensues, in which various assertions are made as to when the singing actually abated. Some posit that it stopped when the skirmish with the skeletons started. Some argue that it stopped when the skeletons fled from Elwyn. Still some maintain that it must have stopped when the group visited the Statue of Charity. The only thing of which everyone can be sure is that no one can be sure when the singing actually stopped.
Maybe the skeletons fled through here, offers Eoin,
indicating a keyhole on the large stone door in front of which he is standing sentry. It's outfitted with a lock. Yari noses about inside the cedar crate on the floor.
No key here, but this is fine tobacco.
Torosh tosses the dwarf his satchel.
Put it in here and we can split it later.
Don't mind if I do, says Yari, grabbing the pipe as well and knocking the ember out of it. Angharad approaches the stone door and places her ear against it. I don't hear anything, but it is heavy stone. Should we try and open it? Asks Elwyn. If it's locked, it might lead to prisoners. Yari approaches the door.
Let me check it for traps first.
Turn 17. The door does not appear to be trapped, but Yari discovers it is locked.
Well, with no sign of a key, I can try and pick it.
The thief removes his tools from his pack and sets to work, gingerly probing the lock with his picks and trying to hear any mechanics inside. Angharad, Elwyn and Eoin watch with interest. Torosh remains stationed at the portal on the other side of the room, monitoring the western corridor and enjoying his cigar. What are you doing, Yari? Asks Elwyn in her uniquely naive way. Are you feeling for, what are they called? Tumblers? Yari nods, dexterous fingers manipulating his little rakes and tensioners.
Last I tried this was in Draxus's workshop,
he responds through teeth clamped around a wire wrench.
To no avail.
However, this time, there is a click. Angharad, Elwyn and Eoin look at each other hopefully. Yari rotates one of his picks to the left, turning it like a key. The door is unlocked. Yari, you are a marvel, cheers Angharad. Truly, agrees Elwyn, beaming with pride, as Eoin claps the dwarf on his back.
I'm as surprised as anyone,
mutters Yari, returning his thieves' tools.
In all candour, I didnae like my chances.
It looks like the door opens inward, notes Eoin, helping Yari to his feet. Elwyn, please take up Torosh's post to keep an eye on that western hallway. Torosh, you and Yari flank the door. Angharad, if you would, please keep an eye out for anything coming up the hallway. When everyone is in their proper positions, Eoin stands directly in front of the heavy stone door, draws his sword, and readies his shield. Then, with a nod from Yari and Torosh, he shoves the door open with a push from his iron-shod boot. Turn 18. At about 10 squared feet, the chamber beyond the door is about the size of a large closet. It's musty, dirty, and packed with a half-dozen dark-haired, olive-skinned men clad in the mud-spattered purple robes of the Sericulturists' Guild. In front of them stands their guild mistress, a lissom woman of middle years, easily distinguishable by her gold-pleated, albeit currently soiled, indigo nemes. While the others cower behind her, she stands and shields her eyes while they adjust to the light pouring in from the gambling room. When they finally land on Yari and Torosh, they widen in surprise. Then, with an enormous grin, she gallops out of her prison, like a wild mare out of a barn stall. "Torosh, Yari!" she cries blissfully, throwing her slender arms around each in turn. "Well met, ANEBET," they respond, evidently acquainted with the dark-haired woman.
"How long have you been in there?" asks Torosh,
as the guildsmen slowly begin to shuffle out of the prison. ANEBET looks a bit bewildered. "I'm not sure. We seen neither moon nor sun in some time." Her accent is Eastern and exotic to Elwyn, who notes that serpentine jewellery of turquoise and gold yet adorn her neck, wrists, fingers, ankles, and even toes. Rather than trust to the etiquette of a barbarian and a thief, Eowyn bows before the prisoners. "Well met. I am Eowyn the Lancer. With us are Elwyn the Priestess and Angharad the Seeress. Pray tell, Guild Mistress, how came you to be prisoners here?" "We were attacked on the road," responds ANEBET, proceeding immediately to the gambling table and holding out one expectant hand. Apparently familiar with the gesture, Torosh grabs the copper flagon and pours its contents into a copper cup. Handing the cup to ANEBET, he takes a drink directly from the flagon. "We had but 2 guardsmen," complains the guild mistress, sipping from her cup and seating herself regally on one of the crates. "Both were slain by these monsters. They took us prisoners and brought us here." "You'd have fared better with our company, ANEBET," chides Yari, taking the flagon from Torosh and helping himself to a seat as well. ANEBET takes another sip from her cup and ruefully watches her guildsmen seat themselves on the floor with Eowyn's assistance. Elwyn peers into the small closet in which they were held prisoner and realises that they must have all been standing the entire time they were in there.
"It was pound foolish of me,"
the guild mistress confesses at last.
"A mistake I will not repeat."
"To be sure," agrees Torosh. "Your guild has offered a 1,200 gold piece reward for your safe return. You will honour it?" A quiet storm passes over the woman's dark eyes before she closes them, revealing eyelids blushed with dirty turquoise makeup.
"Of course. We wish to return home from your savage land, where dead men hunt living men."
"Have you seen other prisoners?" asks Elwyn, pouring water from her waterskin into the remaining copper cups and distributing them to the guildsmen. "We are looking for a knight named Sir Ignatius. We believe he came here several days ago to investigate this Barrow." ANEBET casts slender fingers over aquiline features.
"We have seen no one. We were brought directly to that cattle pen, and we've been held there like veal calves ever since."
Angharad, who has been silent to this point, finally speaks.
Your jewellery is quite glamorous. Were the brigands not interested in it? ANEBET seems to notice the seeress for the first time. She appraises the blonde elf for a space before looking down at the various adornments glittering here and there against her olive skin.
No, they were interested in other trinkets entirely.
What kind of trinkets? Asks Eoin. The answer comes not from ANEBET, but from one of the emaciated guildsmen sitting on the floor.
Body parts.
ANEBET finishes her drink with a gulp. Elwyn's silver eyes are wide. Body parts?
Yes,
ANEBET confirms. Her lips are curled contemptuously.
When they slew our guardsmen, they brought their corpses with us. They spoke openly, even jubilantly, about what would be done with them. They debated who among them would get to...
She takes the flagon from Yari and pours the balance of it into her cup.
They debated who among them would get to wear our flesh on their bones.
Torosh returns to the western corridor to make sure it's still empty. Yari and Eoin look at each other from under hood and helm. Cosmic mystery, breathes Elwyn, suddenly feeling that she, too, must sit down.
We heard them through the door,
says another guildsman. His eastern accent is almost too thick to make out. He gestures at the table without lifting his head.
Those poker chips they used represented not silver, but the right to claim bits of our flesh to replace their own.
Angharad leans slightly against the wall. How do they intend to accomplish that? There is another long silence while ANEBET works on her second cup of spirits.
They spoke about a wizard, a necromancer. They are waiting for him to complete a spell. This is why we are yet alive. When the spell is complete, they will butcher us and don our eyes like spectacles, our scalps like wigs, and our skin like shawls.
Eoin's lips part audibly when he speaks. His voice is thick and heavy. Do you know where this necromancer is now? ANEBET shakes her head before waving an irritated hand toward the westbound corridor.
No, but there are a lot of the monsters that way. They sing and revel at all hours.
No one speaks for quite a while. Elwyn looks piteously on the emaciated prisoners. You're all starving. Let us feed you before we get you out of this awful place. Turn 19. It takes some consideration to outline a plan for the safe return of the sericulturists from the Barrow. Simply escorting them to the entrance and leaving them in the old forest outside may lead to recapture, or worse. On the other hand, bringing them farther into the Barrow, and therefore potentially closer to a legion of undead, would put them in graver danger than having simply left them in their prison. In the end, it's decided that the safest course of action is to take them to the Chapel of Charity. Elwyn is sure that no monsters can reach them there. While Torosh and Eoin stand guard at the western portal of the gambling room, Yari and Elwyn lead ANEBET and the guildsmen to the middle burial chamber in the north-south corridor. Here they collect food and wine. Once provisioned, Elwyn takes them across the hall and into the Chapel of Charity, with warnings not to disturb the statue or touch the yellow tapestry hanging by the entrance thereto. The adventurers reconvene in the gambling room and prepare themselves, as best they can, to find and defeat this unspeakable evil that robs the very flesh from mortal bones. Chapter 5. The Necromancer. Turn 20. Yari takes the lead, scouting some 3 paces ahead of the others. His crossbow is raised and ready as he carefully scans the floor for any sign of traps. Torosh comes next, bastard sword drawn, and blue eyes glaring about with animalistic suspicion. He is followed by Elwyn and then Angharad. Eoin maintains a rear guard, sword and shield raised and ready. The corridor travels west for about 8 paces, before dead-ending in a vestibule, which is flanked on its northern and southern sides by stone double doors. Both sets of doors are closed. Turn 21. Angharad approaches the southern doors. She doesn't see any light shining out through the small gap between them, against which she places an ear. Though she hears nothing, she can smell the strong odour of decay. Meanwhile, Yari inspects the northern doors. A light flickers through the small gap. Detecting no sounds, the thief clears the door of traps. The adventurers decide to try the northern doors. Turn 22. While Eoin stands guard in front of the southern doors, Angharad and Elwyn stand just inside the vestibule. Yari readies his crossbow and nods at Torosh, who leans into the northern doors, opening them just enough for Yari to peer through the gap. The robber sees a rectangular chamber, about 3 paces north to south, and 4 paces east to west, lit with several burning candelabras. The stone floor, tattooed all over with eldritch symbols inked in dried blood, is littered with several piles of bloody bones. Burial shrouds are stacked into a makeshift bed in the northwestern corner, surrounded by pots from which ooze foul odours. A black-cowled, black-robed man sits cross-legged on the floor in the centre of the chamber, with his back to the door. He seems to be studying a sizable tome laid out on the stone in front of him. The book is so large that Yari can see its open pages on either side of the figure. The man is evidently deep in concentration and does not appear to have heard Yari. The thief quietly steps away from the gap and, in whispered tones, reports his findings to his companions in the vestibule. Torosh growls low. Black robes, sigils, and a tome. Is that our necromancer, Angharad? The seeress frowns. Almost certainly. Could you tell what kind of bones they are, Yari? Humanoid. Elwyn looks at Angharad. Do you think he's already begun casting the death spell that ANEBET described? Angharad knits her brow. I'm unsure, but if he's a necromancer, he is very dangerous. It's best we strike now while he's concentrating. We must not let him turn his magic on us. Yari sets his crossbow on the floor, draws his dagger, and looks at Torosh with hooded eyes. He holds a finger up to his lips meaningfully, then drags the finger across his throat. The barbarian nods, understanding the plan, and readies his javelin in case it fails. Then he quietly pushes the westernmost door slightly farther open to let Yari through. Torosh watches as the robber slips silently through the gap, his dark eyes glittering murderously. The hooded head of the necromancer is still bowed over his enormous book, evidently unaware of the assassin creeping up behind him. Crouching low, Yari must step forward only a pace before he is right behind the man. Knife gleaming in his right hand, the thief slowly reaches out with his left hand to pull back the head and expose the throat to his Mordstreich. In that instant, the dead silence of the Barrows is shattered by the blaring of war horns and the hammering of a battle drum. Combat. Surprise round. Monsters win surprise. Absolute pandemonium unfolds in that ghastly, keening symphony, which splits the ears of all adventurers and leaves each deafened and reeling. In front of Yari, the black-robed figure turns his head just in time to spot the hooded assassin crouched behind him. The figure leaps away, diving onto the makeshift bed in the northwestern corner, while a stunned Yari drops his dagger and covers his ears. Torosh recognizes the overwhelming nasal quality of the blaring as bagpipes and the earthy rolling tempo of the beating as a bodhran. He's heard both used to coordinate drilling soldiers and rowing oarsmen. He's never heard bagpipes played indoors before and hopes to never hear it again. Caught flat-footed, the befuddled barbarian wheels as the southern double door explodes outward with enough force to knock Eowyn back into Elwyn. The bagpipes are wailing in the darkness beyond, from which a legion of undead soldiers sallies forth in as tight a phalanx as any mercenary company of which Torosh has ever been a part. Though the bones of their ribs, legs, arms and faces poke out here and there through canvas, slate-coloured skin, and though their eye sockets are bereft of eyes, these are not fleshless skeletons. They are walking corpses, like man-sized versions of Gorthistle's army of the noble dead. Woolen, hole-pocked stockings cover their shins up to their rotting tartan kilts, adorned with mouldering leather sporrans. Ringmail coats, dripping with lichen, protect their torsos, fused in places with the decaying flesh around exposed bones and tendons. Each warrior bears a great bronze claymore, longer even than Torosh's own bastard sword. The stench of death that surrounds them makes the barbarian wish he'd lost his sense of smell rather than his hearing. Still, the mercenary in him is compelled to marvel at the, for want of a better term, coordination with which these monsters advance. As the caterwauling of the bagpipes reverberates off the stone walls of the Barrow, so too does the inexorable tempo of the bodhran. Torosh looks past Eowyn and Angharad, both of whom are covering their ears, and down the eastern hall from which the tinny hammering resounds. He sees a legion of skeletal warriors marching, single file, into the corridor from the gambling room the party was in earlier. Like the undead swordsman bursting through the double door in front of him, they are moving in lockstep. Each bears a bronze-embossed wooden shield and wields a warp-hafted bronze-tip pike. During the fleeting moment in which Torosh perceives all the foregoing, he realizes with horror precisely why the singing stopped earlier. The skeletons who fled from Elwyn must have alerted these dead soldiers and, somehow, they have managed to coordinate an ambush. Of course, none of his companions can hear him over the caterwauling battle music. The party has been completely outflanked. The platoon of zombie swordsmen attacks them from the southern chamber, while the platoon of skeletal pikemen attacks them from the gambling room. There is no escape but into the north side chamber, in which Yari alone faces the black-cowled necromancer. The undead swordsmen are already on top of Torosh and Ioan in a full-scale assault. The two in the front rank hammer their great swords down from above, while the two in the second rank try to poke and thrust around their comrades in front of them. Torosh is grateful for the cramped conditions of the tomb, in which the use of such long weapons is not ideal. The zombie in front of him brings its blade down hard on the barbarian's head. His trusty cracked-horned helmet absorbs the damage, but rings his skull like a church bell. A stabbing blade from the second rank finds the exposed flesh of his foreleg and deals him a cruel gash on his thigh. Ioan, too, is beaten back as the tenacious strokes of the great swords batter his plate mail armour like summer hailstones on a tin roof. Worse still, the adventurer's poor positioning has left Angharad easternmost in the vestibule. Though she's mere feet from Torosh, he cannot hope to reach her, smothered as he is by the press of zombies against him. The elf maiden is utterly exposed to, and without defence from, the skeletal pikemen. They lower their ancient bronze spears in unison and, at the double-time tempo of the Bodhran, they charge. Combat. Round 1. Elwyn, standing between Ioan and the threshold to the wizard's chamber at the launch of the ambush, is knocked backward by the force of the zombies smashing into Ioan. Tripping over Yari's crossbow, which the thief set down before his attempt to backstab the necromancer, she crashes to the floor. Rolling to her feet as quickly as she can in her heavy armour, she sees Yari snatch up his dagger and leap onto the black-robed figure. In the scramble that ensues, the dark cowl falls away, and Elwyn is shocked to see the haggard, terrified face of a boy. "Yari, wait!" she screams, hoping the thief can hear her above the din. "That's Quintius!" Cut off from escape by the melee behind her, Angharad draws a deep breath as the skeletal pikemen charge from the gambling room. She begins murmuring the words to her only remaining spell, bringing to bear every bit of that unique discipline which can be gained only from a lifetime of academic study. Closing her eyes, the seeress focuses utterly on completing her ineffable poem before the monsters can impale her. Unable to draw his sword against the press of undead, Torosh grapples the zombie in front of him to prevent it from swinging its sword down on him again. Driving forward, he pits all the might in his bleeding legs against the entire left file of swordsmen, shoving them backward. Ioan joins the cause, slamming his shield into the right file, like a militiaman in a riot, as the two fighters work to make room for Angharad to escape into the wizard's chamber behind them. The lead skeleton closes in on the seeress, taunting her with champing teeth. "Thine comely elf hair, I shalt weareth thine death's head like a wig." Raising her ash quarterstaff in her right hand, Angharad thrusts forward the naked palm and willowy fingers of her left hand. The bronze tip of the pike strikes her palm. There is a loud clang and a shower of sparks as the strike rebounds, deflected by the invisible aegis of the elf's shield spell. The skeleton clacks its fleshless mandible against its bony face in frustration. "Wherefore am I precluded from impaling mine own partisan tip into the flesh of this good lady?" "Mayhap the good lady is a beldam's," offers the skeletal pikeman behind it, "and being thus is argle possessed of elf magic." "Oh, 'tis most unwelcome news to mine ears," protests the rebuked skeleton.
Whilst to suffer so great a sadness as to have imagined this fruitful and blooded scalp upon my brow, and yet, lamentations abounding as they are wont to do, to have had it not to be so. Hoard your bawling, Lowlander,
gripes one of the zombies as it struggles to maintain the position of its phalanx against Eowyn's dozering shield.
Aye,
agrees the one next to it, doing its best to shove back against Torosh's constant battering.
dinna ye see that we're working away here? Oh, doth break thee off, Highland man,
retorts the first skeleton.
Indeed doth,
agrees the third skeleton back in the file.
Thee bethink thou art better than art we few, we happy few, merely for thee hast a modicum of flesh upon thine weary bones. Wherefore the delay?
Demands yet a fourth skeleton.
We cannot heareth aught back hither o'er the bloody bagpipes.
Combat, round 2. Leaving the undead to their confabulations, Angharad slips behind Eowyn and into the wizard's chamber. She has just time enough to process the demonic decor of the room and recognise Quintius before, just like Elwyn, she trips over Yari's crossbow. Elwyn, having just regained her own feet, catches the falling elf and points at Quintius.
"Don't let Yari kill him,"
she pleads before stepping out into the vestibule. The cleric cannot tell exactly how many zombies there are, but, together with the column of skeletal pikemen stacked in the eastern hall, she thinks there must be at least a score of undead. Eowyn and Torosh fight shoulder to shoulder, working valiantly to stem the zombies from breaching into the vestibule. But they are outflanked by the pikemen and are finding themselves slowly shoved backwards. Elwyn steps up to Eowyn's left flank, removes her golden holy symbol from her neck, and holds it aloft. It shines supernaturally, bathing the vestibule in an ethereal light that exiles the sombre shadows of the candles.
"Ecce rosa, cerulea clara."
This holy injunction somehow supersedes the din of the battle, the screaming bagpipes, and the hammering drum. Eowyn can hear the words as though Elwyn speaks them directly into his ear. Her voice, at once pious and powerful, chases away his fear like a clarion heralding the approach of an allied army. The priestess presents the symbol first to the skeletons, issuing commands to them in her ecclesiastical tongue. As he speaks the language of law of which that tongue is a root, Eowyn understands her words as meaning, roughly, "Let all dead men be awed." The effect on the monsters who can see Elwyn's holy symbol when she speaks is profound. The skeletons in the front of the column immediately turn to flee. They smash into those behind them. The beating of the marching drum stops. Bone entangles bone, as the dead men fight to get as far from Elwyn as they can, amid cries of "Egad!" and "Forsooth!" and "Fie!" The zombies jeer at them, laughing and taunting as they rout.
"Look at them lowlanders flee,"
mocks one.
"Skunners,"
laughs another.
"Gae on hame, ye bacon backs,"
guffaws a third. But the Highland men in the front rank of the formation, who have pressed their way out of the darkness and into the light, must also quail when Elwyn presents her holy symbol to them. The priestess's expurgations are sung like a righteous hymnal that cows the prideful trumpeting of the bagpipes into discordant whimpers and commands the ancient warriors to, as Eowyn understands it, "Bear yourselves away, ill-intended dead." The swordsmen in the front rank drop their claymores and shove their way through the ranks behind them, shouting, "Open rin away! Open rin away!" Those skeletons, who have not yet fought their way through the logjam of fleeing bones ahead of them, turn and point at the zombies. "Not so brave anon, aren't they?" shouts the closest skeleton, as it shoves the one in front of it. "Aye," agrees the skeleton that it's shoving. "I doth suppose that we happy few, we band of brothers, if you will, we are all fleeing hence." The zombies still in the darkness of the southern chamber, and the skeletons still in the gambling room, cannot see Elwyn's display, and are therefore protected from her commands. Hurling accusations of cowardice at their fleeing comrades, they continue their advance against the adventurers. However, they must fight their way through the traffic of the rout, which gives Eowyn and Torosh a precious moment to readjust. "Elwyn, fall back," commands Eowyn, dropping into a defensive stance. "Torosh will withdraw and form a line at the door." Now with a bit more room, Torosh draws his own sword and, like Eowyn, assumes a defensive posture. Combat, Round 3. In the wizard's chamber, Yari pins Quintius to the makeshift bed with one hand and holds his dagger to the boy's throat with the other. Angharad surveys the eldritch book, splayed out on the floor. Her green eyes blaze like a pair of chemical fires that she levels at Quintius. "What have you done with this tome?" The boy's haggard face spasms with panic. I used it to raise the dead. Angharad, I'm so sorry. I did not know this would happen." Angharad kneels by the tome for a closer look. Bound in black leather, it's nearly twice the size of her own spellbook. The vellum pages are scrawled in blood, with all manner of blasphemous pictograms alien to the magic user. She looks once again at Quintius. "Can you use it to unraise them?" The aspiring necromancer begins bawling. "I've been trying, I swear it. I cannot find a way." In the vestibule, Elwyn heeds Eowyn's command and retreats into the wizard's chamber. Once she is clear of the threshold, Eowyn and Torosh make a fighting withdrawal, backing up behind her while the remaining undead regroup. "How many pikemen left?" grunts Torosh, whose tactical view of the eastern corridor is blocked by Eowyn and some of the fleeing skeletons. "About half a dozen." The fighters align themselves in the frame of the great stone doors. Stepping on Yari's crossbow, Eowyn kicks it irritably behind him, sending it skittering into a pile of bones in the chamber. "Plus 3 swordsmen," adds Torosh. Indeed, the remaining zombies form a 3-man line and close the distance to the doors just as the 6 remaining skeletons reach the vestibule. The fighter's position in the threshold prevents all but one of the skeletons from attacking their flank. This tactical misalignment compels the zombies to accuse the skeletons of being nae but southerner lugs, wi' lattle value at a', which Eowyn takes to mean generally worthless. The skeletons counter that the zombies should get out of the way because "thy unwieldy hillman bodkins art too large and clumsy for effective use in close combat." On this particular point, Eowyn is inclined to agree with the skeletons, and he's glad that the zombies do not. Given the size of their claymores, only 2 zombies can effectively attack head-on at once. Were it the skeletons attacking from the front, their long pikes, which are thrust instead of swung, would allow the second and even perhaps third ranks to attack at the same time. Arrayed as they are, in a single column in the corridor though, the length of the pikes precludes all but the foremost skeleton from attacking diagonally. Combat, Round 4. Once inside the chamber, Elwyn surveys the room and is relieved to see that Yari and Angharad appear to have Quintius at bay. Dropping her shield, the cleric reaches into her satchel and withdraws a clear glass phial. Holding it up behind Ioan and Torosh, she displays it to the undead. "This is holy water. It will burn through your ranks like fire through pine. Follow your comrades and retreat while you still may."
"We dinna feel pain, lass," scoffs the leftmost zombie. "Do your worst."
The skeletons seem rather tickled at the proposition of burning the zombies.
"Indeed, how sporting. Yes, good lady. Douse the carrions at once."
This taunting seems to inspire the zombies to redouble their efforts against Ioan and Torosh. The pair in the front rank swing their greatswords down on the fighters in synchronized, cyclical succession, like two ancient ledgemen hammering away in a rock quarry. Complemented by the well-timed jabs of the lead pikeman on the left flank, it amounts to an expert assault. Ioan cannot help but wonder at the fighting prowess these venerable soldiers must have had when they marched as living men so long ago. But Ioan is at his best when defending. His natural dexterity and skill with a sword, together with his plate mail and shield, make his defences nigh impossible for even several attackers to breach. Each pike thrust is blocked, each sword stroke turned. Though his feet give no ground, his lithe body pitches and rolls with every incoming tide of attack, as a young willow bends and sways with every howling gust of a summer tempest. No defensive fighter, Torosh attacks his attacker. His sword is his shield, and, wielded with both hands, it seeks out his enemy's blade rather than waiting to parry it. Totemically blessed with taurine vitality and feline alacrity, the barbarian lusts, indeed, he lives for melee combat. His savage blood boils with every rowdy dent that his steel sword leaves in his opponent's bronze blade, until the once mighty claymore is shattered into a jagged stump, and the Barrow halls roil and ring with the anthems of war. Combat, round 5. Elwyn hurls her file at the zombie in the second rank, which is positioned between and slightly behind the two in the front rank. The glass shatters on its ringmail hauberk, splashing holy water over all three swordsmen. There is a ghastly, sizzling sound, like frying bacon, and a nauseating stench as the holy water begins melting the mottled flesh like acid. The skeletons erupt in a clattering chorus of laughter so intense that they nearly drop their pikes and crash into a jittering pile of cackling bones.
"Behold at yon Highland men fry! Thy flesh is not so plated anon, is it? Ye looketh like melting butter. Ye looketh like when they render beef tallow."
The zombies, though undeterred, must nevertheless admit that something is not quite right.
"I think your hide's on fire,"
the centre zombie informs the left zombie.
"Looks like your arm is far enough,"
the right zombie informs the centre zombie.
"Quintius'll make me a new one,"
the centre zombie assures the right zombie. In the wizard's chamber, Yari keeps the blade of his dagger at Quintius's throat, while Angharad flips through the pages of the grotesque tome. The magic user has not memorized the read magic spell, and, even if she had, it seems it would take days, not moments, to read this particular magic. "Is the entire book one spell?" she demands, looking up at Quintius.
"Yes,"
the boy squeaks.
"It's one sprawling raised dead spell. I've been trying to figure out how to reverse it, but it's beyond me."
Combat, round 6. Torosh's bare legs and arms have suffered a few minor wounds, and one not-so-minor wound during his defensive melee. His heathen spirit can no longer abide allowing such insults to go unrequited. He launches forward in an unbridled blur of steel, decapitating the swordsman on the left of the front rank. Its body stands there a moment, smoking and headless, before Torosh blasts it backward into the monster behind it with a contemptuous kick. His defensive line broken, Eoin sees no other option than to follow suit, and the two fighters sally from their position in the doorway to launch a counter-assault. The zombie in the middle, who bore the brunt of Elwyn's thrown file, erupts into an undead human torch as its corporeal form is consumed by holy water. At this, the skeletons burst into a second round of raucous laughter. "Yon Highland man," cackles one between fits of hysterical giggling. "You look like a melting candle." The burning zombie mutters something indistinguishable at the skeletons while it tries to fend off the fighter's assault, but it is ultimately consumed. The roaring laughter of the skeleton suddenly ceases when, advancing behind Eoin and Torosh, Elwyn produces a second file. "This omens poorly," notes the lead skeleton. "Flee while you may," Elwyn counsels sternly. "Go back to your eternal rest, or be consumed by divine fire." In response, the skeletons grimly reset their pikes and prepare to attack. Though evidently imbued with a strange magic that somehow grants them speech and perhaps the illusion of personality, Elwyn knows in her heart that these long-dead soldiers are not sentient. They do not feel fear any more than they feel pain. They are doomed to push ever forward to kill the living, driven by whatever mishap of profane sorcery that Quintius has invoked. There can be no end to this battle until either they or the adventurers are destroyed. Combat. Round 7. Eoin dispatches the remaining zombie with a sword stroke as the skeletal pikemen surge to gain the vestibule. Torosh crashes into them, crushing the skull of the lead monster as he fights to get as close to their bodies as possible. This manoeuvring turns the length of the polearms to the barbarian's advantage as he positions his body between the tips of the pikes and the hands of their wielders. When properly arrayed, the barbarian knows a small unit of pikemen can hold entire legions at bay. But advancing in essentially one file into the vestibule as they are, the skeletons have allowed him to slip inside the reach of those pikes in the front rank. Meanwhile, the skeletons in the front of the file block the skeletons behind them from striking their targets. Elwyn hurls her file at the second skeleton in the column. The missile crashes into its skull and shatters, spraying holy water over it and the two skeletons in front of and behind it. Somewhat less stout than their Highlandmen counterparts, two of the three Lorlanders immediately erupt into flames. The tide of the battle has turned. Combat. Round 8. Using his shield to block a final thrust from one of the last pair of pikes, Eoin steps inside the attack and shatters the aged body of its wielder with his blade. Meanwhile, in one merciless stroke of Torosh's bastard sword, the last venerable soldier is relieved of undeath. The war is over. The victors gather for a moment, breathless and beleaguered, on the grim battlefield that is the old stone hall of the Barrows, thronged with shattered bones, smouldering corpses, splintered spears, and sundered shields. The day has been gained by the living. Chapter 6. Quintius. Turn 23. Elwyn, Eoin, and Torosh enter the wizard's chamber to find Angharad's inquest ongoing. When he sees the boy, Eoin blanches. "Quintius?" The boy looks at him pitifully, before looking down in shame. "Where did you find this book?" demands Angharad, ignoring the interruption.
"I swear that I found it there,"
the deponent whimpers, pointing at the unholy circle painted on the floor. Angharad's preternatural gaze remains unmoved. "How did you learn of this place?" The boy hesitates. His frantic eyes dart from Angharad to Elwyn to Eoin, avoiding the fearsome-looking barbarian and dwarf, before casting themselves downward. Yari slides the blade of his dagger ever so slightly, nicking Quintius's throat like a distracted barber. The boy yelps.
"Sootmurk! I learned of it from the grease dragon Sootmurk!"
A confused silence pervades the grisly chamber.
"I knew it," declares Elwyn at last. "I knew she had something to do with this."
"When did you meet Sootmurk?" asks Eoin. "Is she here?" Quintius looks down again.
"No, she hasn't been here. I met her. I'm not sure. I can't tell how long I've been here."
Angharad looks alarmed. "Where did you meet Sootmurk?" There is another pause, as Quintius once again hesitates. "Answer, boy!" explodes Torosh. The baritone eruption is so sudden that everyone in the room flinches. Torosh and Yari are the only two adventurers with whom Quintius is not acquainted, and, given the present circumstances, he is completely terrified of both.
"At the estate of Duke Ganelon."
He blurts this as if to get the answer out as fast as possible.
When she was a prisoner there."
Yet another, uncomprehending pause. "Wait," says Yari. His dark eyes shift left to right, in the manner that eyes sometimes do when the brain behind them is puzzling through various possibilities. "Did you help Sootmurk escape?" The boy begins crying.
"Bright blue rose,"
sighs Elwyn. Suddenly feeling the effects of the battle, the cleric seats herself on the floor and rests her back against the heavy stone frame. "I see," says Angharad quietly. "You made a deal with her." The boy nods, now sobbing. "Quintius," says Eoin, trying his best to ignore the stench and the piles of bones scattered about this ghastly room. "We believed, and your parents still believe, that you had been kidnapped. You need to tell us everything." Some moments pass, as the adventurers wait for Quintius to collect himself. Yari slowly withdraws his dagger from the boy's throat and relaxes a bit, himself feeling slightly tired. But he remains prepared in case of any surprises. Angharad holds as still as a statue, in the way that only elves can, and does not take her glittering green eyes from Quintius's face. Eoin kneels on one knee, watching intently. Torosh contemplates sitting down as well, but is far too unnerved by the decor of the chamber and the presence of a necromancer to relax. Quintius draws a long, ragged breath.
"I visited her."
"At her prison?" asks Angharad. "Among the 4 silver statues?" Quintius nods.
"Yes, I thought she was fascinating. She promised to teach me magic, asking nothing in return."
"Dragons never ask nothing in return," whispers Elwyn. "How often did you visit her?" asks Eoin.
"Sparingly at first," replies Quintius. "Then, later, every night."
Did she teach you magic? Asks Angharad. Quintius nods. She taught me how to read and detect magic. Asking nothing in return, interpolates a sceptical Yari. Yes, the boy responds. At first. But later, presses Angharad. She told me she needed me to free her. Yari and Angharad exchange glances. And you did, says Eoin. Quintius shakes his head vigorously. No! I told her I couldn't. I told her I would be hanged if caught. There is another moment of silence before Angharad speaks. But she convinced you? Quintius nods. Yes. How did she convince you? Asks Eoin. He recalls his own encounter with Sutmerk, and has not forgotten how she attempted to use a charm spell upon him. She told me that she had a map to a dungeon with magical treasure in it. This answer is more settled, more matter-of-fact than the prior answers. Go on, says Angharad. She told me that she would give me the map if I... Quintius's voice trails off. If you removed her silver collar, Yari concludes. Quintius nods. And you did, Eoin concludes. Quintius nods. Well, says Torosh, she was true to her word. Elwyn looks up, irritated. Creatures of chaos are never true to their word. Quintius's gaze seeks out Elwyn's, as if to find refuge in her usually warm silver eyes, but he finds them a stern and altogether unwelcoming home at the moment. Did she give you this map? Presses Angharad. Quintius nods. Where did she hide a map? An exasperated Eoin wonders aloud. Yari snorts. Probably swallowed it. She swallowed King Bumflute's crown. The gods alone know what dragons keep in their stomachs beside food. Feeling comfortable enough that Quintius isn't presently dangerous, the dwarf helps himself to a draught from his wineskin, then tosses it to Torosh. Where is this map now? Asks Angharad. Quintius reaches inside his collar. It's a mistake that nearly costs him his life. In the second it takes Yari's dagger to flash up, Torosh is across the room. He moves so fast that the others don't so much see him as feel him rush by. He snatches Quintius off the floor like a grain sack and slams his rangy frame into the stone wall with an audible crunch. Air is expelled from the boy's lungs like a collapsed bellows, leaving him unable to draw a breath. Torosh then clamps one massive hand around his slender throat as Quintius's feet dangle, twitching above the floor. The savage's brawny face is mere inches from his own, teeth clenched and hot breath seething, with animal blue eyes bent on murder. Elwyn and Eoin leap to their feet, unsure what to do. Yari slides back a bit. I will rinse this tomb with your blood, sorcerer. It's a deep, voluminous growl that makes Elwyn think of a grizzly bear. Angharad lays a slender hand on the barbarian's bloody shoulder. Her touch feels cool to him, fevered as he is with wrathful superstition, and her voice is sweet and mellifluous. Torosh, I think Quintius might have just been retrieving the map I asked about. There is a tense moment in which Torosh is evidently deciding Quintius's fate. Then, suddenly, he shoves his free hand into the boy's collar, grabs something, and yanks. There is the sound of snapping metal as he pulls out a heavy golden chain on which hangs a large amulet. He briskly tosses it sideways to Yari, without taking his hateful glare from Quintius, who is cyanotic at this stage. Yari catches the amulet and holds it up in the light of the candles. It's a golden disc, about 3 inches in diameter, in the centre of which is a large ruby. There are alien symbols etched around the ruby. Turning the amulet over, Yari finds an exquisitely etched map, apparently of the dungeon itself, on the obverse side of the disc. The dwarf holds the amulet up for everyone to see.
Sure enough, there's a map scrimshawed into the back.
He hands the amulet to Angharad. The seeress accepts it with one hand, but is hesitant to remove her other hand from Torosh. She examines the symbols as best she can. It is the language of magic, which I cannot read without casting a spell. But it stands to reason that since there's a map of the Barrow on the back, the symbols may have directed Quintius how to reach it. Grateful for something to do, Elwyn and Ioan gently place their hands on Torosh as well, keeping them there until the warrior relaxes enough to let go of Quintius's throat. The boy slides to the floor near Yari, sucking air like a drown victim between long, hysterical sobs. Yari pulls Quintius into a sitting position and indicates Torosh. He's superstitious of magic. Turn 24. The party decides they've had enough of this foul room and decide to explore the chamber to the south before continuing their interrogation. Yari searches Quintius's pockets, finding nothing else of concern or value. He then uses some of his rope to bind the boy's hands together and prevent him from casting any potential spells. At Torosh's insistence, he also gags the would-be wizard with a strip of funerary cloth from the makeshift bed. The dwarf then retrieves his crossbow, with a sheepish glance at Angharad, Elwyn, and Ioan. The group exits the chamber, leaving the evil tome where it lies. Picking their way across the corpse and bone-littered vestibule, they enter the chamber beyond the southern double door. It is vast and dark, so Elwyn lights her lantern. Torosh and Ioan lead the way, weapons drawn and ready in case any of the monsters who fled from Elwyn lurk nearby. As they pass the great stone doors, an ear-splitting scream erupts from the shadows. Everyone freezes, dropping into tensed stances like spring coils loaded to leap from danger. The scream sounds like it's right among them, next to every ear, wailing like a banshee, before dissipating into a low, discordant whine. "Sorry," says Ioan. "I stepped on the bagpipes." After a collective sigh, the party enters the chamber enough for Elwyn's lantern to illuminate most of it. Easily 12 paces north to south, and half as many as that east to west, its vaulted ceiling reaches nearly 20 feet high. Niches line the walls, holding recently snuffed candelabras. There are 3 rows of 12 stone sarcophagi, arranged from north to south, nearly all of which have been repurposed into tables, chairs, and benches. Crates of goods are stacked here and there throughout the chamber, and there are plates of food, flagons of wine, barrels of beer, boxes of tobacco, and other perishable goods on the coffins-turned tables. Several musical instruments also lie about, including a lyre, a fiddle, a 4-string banjo, and a tin whistle. "This is the central crypt," concludes Angharad, as she inspects the map on the back of the amulet, while the others fan out to check for any lingering monsters or other signs of danger. "Which they turned into a feast hall," adds Ioan, sorting through some of the goods on the tables. Elwyn uses her lantern to fire the candelabras until the entire chamber is once again lit. Yari and Quintius, who are in the northwestern corner of the crypt, see a westbound passage in the northern end of its western wall, the only apparent exit to the room, aside from the great stone doors. As they approach the passage, Quintius immediately begins mumbling and whining, unable to communicate with the gag in his mouth. Standing in the darkness, just outside of the room, is a zombie. Evidently one of the soldiers turned by Elwyn, it points at Quintius menacingly, but does not enter the room.
You're a treacherous little liar, Quintius.
The others rush to the northwestern corner. The zombie flees at Elwyn's approach, promising Quintius that
this isn't over, you damn quisling,
as it shuffles away. Elwyn shines her lantern down the foul-smelling hallway, which looks like it ends in a small chamber a few paces away. She does not see any more of the creatures. The cleric stands guard at the entrance, with Quintius seated on the floor beside her, while the others set about searching the central crypt. Turn 25. All told, the party recovers 500 gold pieces, 1,000 silver pieces, 4 crates of dyed silks, 5 casks of medium-quality wine, 10 small gemstones, Yari estimates these to be worth about 10 gold pieces each, and a bronze-banded ivory drinking horn. They divide up the gold, silver, and gems evenly. Torosh is fond of the ivory drinking horn and claims it without objection. They also gather the crates of silk and casks of wine and beer together for potential distribution later. Once the central crypt is thoroughly searched and its treasures collected and distributed, the adventurers gather at a stone table near the northwestern corner, where Elwyn and Quintius await. Angharad and Elwyn kneel on the floor in front of Torosh, cleaning and bandaging his wounds with water and silk cloth, while the warrior strikes a kingly pose on a makeshift stone chair. He guzzles wine from his new drinking horn, to help ease the pain, while declaring that he could get bloody well used to this. Though most of the cuts amount to minor flesh wounds, Elwyn is sufficiently concerned with the gash on his thigh that she offers to use her Cure Light Wounds spell to heal it. The barbarian politely declines, reasoning that such a blessing may suit a better purpose ere we are through here, and the cleric contents herself with simply binding the wound with silk for now. Turn 26. With the foregoing logistics resolved, Yari removes the gag from Quintius's mouth, so that Angharad can continue her inquest. The boy explains that he followed the magic words on the amulet to a hidden entrance in the old hill, through which lay a series of natural caves west of the tombs. Recalling her conversation with ALFWINE, Angharad finds at least this part of his story to be credible. Using the map on the back of the amulet, Quintius navigated through the caves, passing an underground petrified tree, and entered the Barrows through a hole partially blocked by a large stone slab. He states that he followed the northbound corridor to the west of the central crypt and arrived where the party is now. When asked about the state of the coffers when he first entered, he states that they were sealed. He explains that he exited the central crypt through the double door and entered the chamber in which the party found him. At that point, he says, he discovered the large tome on its floor. "You mentioned seeking magical treasures earlier," says Angharad, "but did you come here specifically seeking that tome, Quintius?" The stress of their initial encounter having somewhat abated, Quintius looks resigned. "Yes." "And you learned of it from Sutmerk?" asks Angharad. Quintius nods, looking down. "Yes. It's called the Dead Grimoire." "What did Sutmerk tell you the Dead Grimoire would do?" asks Angharad. For the first time, Quintius is able to meet Angharad's gaze. "She told me it was a spell book that contained powerful magic." "What kind of powerful magic did she tell you it contained?" There's a pause here, though Quintius doesn't seem to be hedging so much as consolidating the strength to answer the magic user's question. "She told me that it would raise all of the dead in the Barrow." Angharad waits a moment, apparently reflecting. "Did she tell you how that would work?" Tears well in the boy's brown eyes as he relives the horrors of his recent experience. "She told me that the book would
animate the dead. There is another pause as the adventurers share glances with each other. Each silently recalls how Gorfthistle animated the corpses of the cult of Malvis in the shrine of the oozing serpent, and how differently they behaved than the corpses in these tombs. Angharad nods. Did she tell you what she meant by animate? Quintius looks down again. She said that, though their bodies would rise from their graves, they would not be alive. She said they would be without memory, personality, or the ability to speak. She compared them to wind-up toys, and said I could direct them to do whatever I liked. But that isn't what happened, is it? Asks Angharad. Quintius shakes his head. No, I haven't been able to figure out what happened. Perhaps I boggled the ritual, or perhaps I made some miscalculation, or perhaps Sootmurk deceived you, adds Elwyn quietly. Quintius begins to look frantic again, although now there's an introspective quality to his young countenance. He begins speaking in a sort of stream of consciousness. It makes Angharad wonder if this is the first moment in which he's had time to organise his thoughts since the events began. They crawled out of their coffers, moaning and chattering. I ran back here to watch. They were speaking, jeering at each other. They immediately began attacking one another with the weapons with which they'd been buried. It was as if they had fallen asleep mid-battle and woken up not realising that they were dead. At first, anyway. Angharad is silent. It's obvious to her that Quintius will continue, unprompted. When they discovered that they were dead, they were furious. They lamented their physical condition and soon forgot their quarrel. I stood there horrified and they immediately sensed me. They were so hateful that I was there. They hated that I was alive and they were not. They blamed me for their condition. They told me they would rip the flesh from my bones. At this, Quintius begins sobbing again. Angharad decides on a non-leading question. What happened next? Quintius looks positively anguished. I bargained with them. Those words are all he can manage at the moment. Instinctively, Yari hands him a flagon of wine, which Quintius guzzles. Properly oiled, the words now flow. I told them I could return them to their former state, to how they were when they were alive. I told them I could change them back into living men with flesh and hair and breath. I didn't mean it, obviously. I had no idea how to do that. I still don't. I suppose I was hoping I could find the answer in the book. I was trying to buy myself some time. And that's what you've been doing ever since? Asks Angharad. Quintius nods. Eowyn's face is ashen. He gestures to the piles of looted goods, and in the interim, they've been raiding the countryside. Not just stealing silk and gold, but also people. Quintius sobs. And so, says Angharad quietly, those bloodied bones piled up in your chamber, those are people they brought you, while you were buying yourself time. Did you kill those people? Quintius vigorously shakes his head. No, those are people they killed. At first they thought that they just had to bring me parts, and I could simply reattach them. I told them that it doesn't work like that. I told them that the ritual would take time and that dead flesh would rot. I told them that I needed fresh people, says Elwyn. The words come out in an aghast squeak. The young cleric looks ill. Quintius protests. I did it to save lives. I didn't mean for them to start killing people. I swear it. I hoped to escape, but they kept me guarded in that room, conducting experiments. I've gone mad searching that book, looking for a way to end this curse I've unleashed. Angharad begins to formulate her next question, but hesitates. Even without looking at him, she can feel Torosh's primordial rage building. This grisly tale is an affront to every natural instinct the barbarian has,
and affirms every one of his pagan superstitions about magic. Angharad thus decides to change the topic for now. Are there any survivors in the Barrows? Quintius is apparently relieved to answer a question that doesn't incriminate him in the most damning way imaginable. Their prisoners are kept in the closet in the gambling room. He almost blurts this, eager to appear as helpful as possible. Angharad and Yari share a quick glance, silently agreeing not to disclose that they already know this fact. And anywhere else? Quintius shakes his head, looking down. I haven't been allowed past the vestibule. I only know about the gambling room because you can see it from the vestibule. I've been a prisoner in this part of the Barrows since I entered. I don't know how long ago that was. About a month, says Ioan. He, too, can feel Torosh's wrath reaching a boiling point, and so declines to discuss further specifics. You said you entered this crypt through a northbound corridor west of here, says Yari, as Angharad hands him the amulet. After studying it for a space, he points to the portal in the western wall. Is it that way? Quintius nods vigorously, evidently thrilled about the idea of escaping the Barrow. Then he stops, looking at Angharad, Elwyn, and Ioan in turn. What will be done with me? The others are considering their answers when Elwyn speaks. We'll bring you back home. I promised your mother that I would. But then you must be judged for your crimes. She glances at Ioan. I suppose there will be some debate between Duke Ganelon and my church elders on which authority shall pass that judgment. Quintius nods. This seems to have been the answer he was expecting, and, given the experiences he's described, he likely counts it as the lesser of several evils. Quintius, adds Elwyn, are you familiar with Sir Ignatius? Quintius nods. Yes. Yes, he is a paladin of the Divine Order of Law. He is a customer of my father's. We believe he found his way to the Barrows, says Elwyn. Have you seen him or heard about him? Quintius looks genuinely surprised. No. I know that there were some prisoners in the closet in the gambling room, but they were silk merchants. I haven't heard the soldiers here mention him either. All right, responds Elwyn, seeming almost relieved. She looks around at her companions, upon whom the dark stains of the Barrow are well marked. I need to find him. Chapter 7. The Guardian. Turn 27. The adventurers study the map carefully and decide to leave through the corridor in the western wall. Yari takes the lead as usual, but Elwyn goes next, since the undead she's turned will apparently not approach her. Following Elwyn is Torosh, and then Angharad. Quintius is marched in front of Ioan, who brings up the rear. The corridor runs west for a few paces, before entering a horrid-smelling, square room of about 15 by 15 feet. Piles of rotting, partially chewed food are strewn around the floor and on various makeshift tables. There is a portal in the middle of the southern wall, and no other apparent exit beside that through which the party entered. Several large rats gorge themselves on the piles of offal. They do not react to the adventurers, seemingly content to continue sating themselves, if left undisturbed. Let's pass through here quickly, urges Angharad, covering her nose with slender fingers. Yari checks the amulet and points through the southern portal before looking at Quintius. Is this the hallway you came through? Quintius nods. Turn 28. The group shuffles quickly out of the chamber and into a long, southbound hallway. Like the other corridors, it's lit with candles lining both walls and looks to run south, about a dozen paces. Yari checks the amulet and points down the hallway. Are we in at the end of this corridor is the Hall of the Floating Jar, heading to the east? That's the way out. The party proceeds about halfway down the corridor before arriving at a large, rough-cut marble slab in the western wall. It's about 5 feet wide and roughly rectangular. A large red X has been painted in the middle of it. About 4 or so paces south of this slab, also in the western wall, is an open portal. Just south of that portal, the corridor turns to the east, as Yari predicted. Angharad points at the marble slab, addressing Quintius. "You said that you entered the Barrows through a large slab. Is this it?" Quintius nods. "Yes, but it wasn't closed like it is now. There was a gap that I fit through. And it wasn't painted with an X." Torosh inspects the slab. It's thick and looks nearly as heavy as the one at the Barrow entrance. "Mayhap the skeletons and zombies closed it after they awoke. It would take quite a bit of strength to move this, though." Angharad takes the amulet back from Yari and studies it. "This appears to be the corridor that ALFWINE described to me. Remember, she said to use only the North Way?" The magic user points at the second portal in the western wall, just to the south of the group. "That one," she said, "is the Black Door." "All right," says Eoin. "Let's organise our options here. According to ALFWINE, we must not go through the Black Door, so that leaves 2 choices. We can try and move this slab to enter the catacombs, or we can continue south down this hall and turn left into the Hall of the Floating Jar." "Well," says Elwyn, "we know that the Hall of the Floating Jar is the way out, but we still need to try and find Sir Ignatius. Yari, are there any other rooms shown on that map inside the tombs that we haven't explored yet?" Yari shakes his head, taking the amulet back from Angharad. "Not that I can see. It looks to me like we've explored every room inside the actual tombs. The only place we haven't been is the caves." "Does the map show what lays beyond the one that the pixie said not to enter? The Black Door?" asks Torosh. Yari examines the amulet. "It shows a square room between the tombs and the catacombs. It's not inside the Barrows proper, but I reckon that it's still part of the construction, since it's square instead of cavernous." "Might Sir Ignatius be in there?" asks Eoin. Yari scratches his beard. "Wait here. I can scout down the corridor, check the Hall of the Floating Jar, and see if I can peek through the Black Door." "Yari," says Angharad sternly, "please do not go through it." "I won't," the dwarf promises. "I'll check the Hall of the Floating Jar first, and try to have a peek through the door on the way back." Turn 29. Yari creeps carefully down the corridor, staying as close as he can to the shadows on the eastern side and giving the Black Door as wide a berth as possible. He passes it safely. He notes that it's an open portal without an actual door, but that, unlike the rest of the tombs, whatever lies beyond it is dark. Placing his back to the eastern wall, the robber peers into the eastbound corridor. Sure enough, he recognises the floating jar and can see the great double door to the Barrow entrance still open. A zombie and a skeleton patrol the corridor near its eastern end. Both are far away, by the collapsed tunnel, and neither appears to notice the slinking thief. Still gathered at the marble slab, the rest of the party watches as Yari retreats from the corner and approaches the dark portal. "Don't go in there, Yari," Angharad pleads quietly to herself. The group sees the dwarf put his head just inside the threshold. They watch him freeze in place, stock still for a moment. He slowly backs away until he bumps into the eastern wall of the corridor, as though he'd forgotten that it's there. Then he turns and dashes toward the group. Turn 30. There is an ashen hue to Yari's naturally dusky skin when he returns to the party. He reaches out a trembling hand. into which Toros places his wineskin. The dwarf drinks the entire thing. Elwyn notices that he's sweating. "Are you okay, Yari?" Yari tries again at the wineskin, as though hoping he'd missed a drop on his first attempt, then wipes the sweat from his face. "Well," he manages, taking a dry run to make sure his voice still works. "We should not go through the black door." "What did you see, Yari?" asks Toros. "If Sir Ignatius went in there..." The dwarf will say no more on the matter. After a heavy silence, Eoin speaks. "Right. Well, if we have any chance of finding Sir Ignatius alive, I suppose it will have to be in the caves." "We'll need to move this slab," says Toros. "All right," says Yari, happy to get his mind off of whatever unspeakable horror he just saw. "Let me inspect it for traps." Turn 31. The thief carefully inspects the area around the enormous marble slab for traps. He finds none. Turn 32. It takes the combined strength of Toros, Eoin, and Yari to shove the slab far enough to reveal a hole in the stone wall. About 4 feet in diameter, it opens into a cavernous chamber that is clearly not a part of the Barrow crypt. It's a roughly spherical cave with walls of root, dirt, and rock. The floor is completely concealed by murky water, like a small pond or large puddle, from which protrudes the occasional broken bone or shattered spear haft. There is a large hole on the opposite side of the cave, some 5 or 6 paces across the water. In the middle of the chamber stands a grey, skeletal tree, reaching about 15 feet to the apex of the ceiling above. Its knotted roots creep across the cavern, submerged in places into the puddle, and its branches and boughs scrape the walls and ceiling. "Is this the cavern you came through, Quintius?" asks Elwyn. The boy nods. "Yes, that's the tree I mentioned. I came in through that tunnel, on the far side." Angharad frowns. "Elfwin mentioned a guardian. Did you encounter anything on your way in?" Quintius shakes his head. "No, I used the tree roots to cross the water unmolested, although I don't recall these bones being here." Toros looks sceptical. "Maybe some skeletons encountered this guardian. I'll enter first." "I'll come with you," says Eoin. The 2 fighters draw their swords and creep into the chamber, using the roots as a network of causeways to approach the tree. It looks to have once been a mighty live oak, but is sundered about 12 feet up as though struck by lightning, leaving only the warped branches of the lowest boughs to stretch naked through the cavern. In the centre of the trunk grows a long, knotted nose, framed above by 2 large holes, and below by a stern, twisted mouth. These do not move when the tree speaks.
"Who are you?"
The voice is a deep, vibrating cry that seems to echo from everywhere within the chamber. So low and ubiquitous is its baritone that the fighters can feel the air in the cave massaging them. Toros drops into a pantherine crouch on the root upon which he's standing, like a man preparing to leap off a collapsing bridge. Eoin braces his feet on 2 separate roots to balance himself and keep from falling into the water. As the rhythmic echoes dissipate from the cave, Angharad enters the chamber. Using her ash quarterstaff to help balance herself on the roots, she gently touches Eoin and Toros on their arms as she passes them. Each, reluctantly, sheathes his weapon. The elf maiden stands in front of the ancient tree and bows deep before the gnarled, unmoving features that represent its face. I am Angharad the seeress. My companions and I come in peace, O mighty treant. The chamber again vibrates beneath the rumbling voice, as a field vibrates beneath a herd of galloping horses.
My little pixie friend has spoken fondly of you. Your company is welcome here. Summon your companions closer, that I might behold them. I do not see as well in death as I did in life.
Angharad curtsies gracefully. You have my deepest gratitude, O mighty treant. She turns to her companions and waves them forward. Ioan and Torosh step closer, each assuming a position slightly behind Angharad. Elwyn, Yari, and Quintius cautiously enter the chamber. Though the large holes bored into the tree show no eyes, all mortals yet feel themselves being beheld.
None of you is dead,
concludes the tree. No, mighty treant, says Angharad, curtsying once again. If I may, are you the great guardian of whom ALFWINE spoke?
one of two.
Rumbles the tree.
The other stood strong at the Barrow entrance, but was destroyed with fire by the men of the Barrow.
Angharad nods sadly. We saw the great live oak burned when we entered.
You have slain many of the men of the Barrow,
states the tree. Angharad curtsies again, gesturing to the shattered bones and spears protruding from the murky water. As have you, I see, O great guardian. If I may, might I learn more of you?
I was planted here long ago to keep the Barrows, lest the Highland and Lowland soldiers resting here be awakened to again make war. In time, and without sunlight, I died. Like the men of the Barrow, I too was awakened when Quintius read the dead grimoire.
There is a very nervous silence here, as Angharad ponders how the tree knows about Quintius's mischief, and what else it might know. Your roots must be well established indeed throughout the Barrow, O mighty treant. It was a terrible folly. I am without known recourse to set it right, as is poor Quintius, though he has passed many nights pursuing a remedy.
It is a simple matter to cure,
responds the tree. How might we cure it, O great guardian? Asks Angharad.
Once Quintius is slain, the dead will return to rest.
There is another silence, as everyone tries their best not to react visibly to this statement. I see, says Angharad. She feels stupid saying those words, but they're the only ones that come out.
Bring him closer that I might rend him,
commands the tree.
Then shall the men of the Barrow once again sleep, as shall I.
Lord Guardian, if I might. Eoin steps forward, drawing himself beside Angharad, and bowing low before the tree. I am Eoin the Lancer. Quintius is my prisoner. His crimes have wrought woe upon the subjects of my liege, and it is therefore by my liege that he must be judged. It's a long, low rumble that makes the cave vibrate and causes dirt to sift from the ceiling.
Will your liege slay him for his crimes?
Eoin needs a moment to catch his balance and avoid falling into the water. Truthfully, Lord Guardian, I cannot foresee any other punishment. His crimes are heinous beyond description. However, he may have been acting under the influence of an evil enchantment, and may therefore have a legal defence or mitigation available to him. These matters are beyond my station, and must be decided by the appropriate tribunal. Rumbles the voice, shaking the cave again.
Are your tribunals composed of mortal men?
Yes, Lord Guardian, says Eoin. Says the voice. It's a longer, lower vibration. It feels, so to speak, that the tree is considering things. No one dares move during this time. At last, the voice speaks again.
I think it's safer if I just rend him now.
The roots begin to move, as do the branches. Everyone is knocked off and into the water, which, fortunately, is only about a foot or so deep. Forgive me, Lord, says Eoin, regaining his footing. He places his hand on the hilt of his sword. I cannot allow that. Now there is deadly silence in the Barrow. Eoin! Cries Elwyn, splashing to the Lancer's side. As the others watch nervously, the cleric pleads to the copper-haired knight in the alignment tongue that only he and she understand. Eoin responds without removing his hazel eyes from the tree. Tordosh doesn't know what the young man is saying, but, judging by his curt tone, he seems unmoved. Angharad too rushes to Eoin's side, whispering in his ear. Eoin, ancient laws bind this creature. They are older than man, and perhaps even elf. You cannot prevail here. Eoin gently steps past them both, and holds up a staying hand to Tordosh. His voice is stony as he draws his sword and salutes his gigantic opponent. Pray spare my companions, great guardian. This charge is mine alone. The low, earthy rumble returns.
They shall be spared.
As the long, mottled branches begin coiling like undead serpents, a heart-stopping shriek cuts through the grumbling of the earth. This is followed by cries of what sounds like, Wade is mood, and do not fight. Through the eyes of Yari. I am Eoin the Lancer. Quintius is my prisoner. His crimes have wrought woe upon the subjects of my liege, and it is therefore by my liege that he must be judged. Yari figured this might happen. In the shrine of the oozing serpent, Eoin was willing to let a dragon boil him alive in service of his liege. So why wouldn't he be willing to let an angry tree tear him to pieces for the same reason? Therefore, making the best decision he can in the moment, Yari simply does nothing as Quintius slinks backward into the barrow, while Ioan risks his own life on the boy's behalf. Yari thinks there's a chance that Torosh saw Quintius sneaking out too. He doesn't see the fighter's blue eyes land on Quintius, but they do meet Yari's for a brief moment before returning to watch the negotiations between Ioan and the Guardian. A quick glance at Angharad and Elwyn shows their attention fully on Ioan. Yari initially takes the rumbling to mean that the tree has spotted the escaping necromancer, and the thief is relieved when the voice asks Ioan,
"Will your liege slay him for his crimes?"
The dwarf will have to work quickly. Slipping out through the hole after Quintius, he cocks his crossbow and looks for his target. Through the eyes of Quintius. How might we cure it, O great guardian? Of course, Quintius already knows the answer to Angharad's question. He's been studying the dead grimoire every day for a long time. He'd hoped to figure out something before appearing in front of the Divine Order of Law, or in front of Duke Ganelon, whoever wins the jurisdictional quarrel over who gets to hang him. But his blood turned cold the instant Angharad said that ALFWINE mentioned a guardian, and asked him if he had encountered it. If there was such a guardian, it would not allow him to leave the Barrow alive. Thus he was already trying to summon the courage to escape back into the Barrow crypt, well before the Treant announced that,
"Once Quintius is slain, the dead will return to rest."
I am Ioan, the Lancer. Quintius is my prisoner. His crimes have wrought woe upon the subjects of my liege, and it is therefore by my liege that he must be judged. While everyone else is watching this exchange, Quintius slips backward, as quietly as he can, into the Barrow Hall. He initially turns north, to flee back toward the central crypt, having learned from Yari that a zombie and a skeleton are patrolling the Hall of the Floating Jar and blocking the main exit. Hands tied behind his back, he makes an awkward dash toward the refuse room where the rats were gorging themselves on rotting food. However, in the frame of the door stands a zombie. It drops its sword and lurches at the boy with both hands. Quintius turns on his heel and sprints south down the hallway, feeling the ground shake as he passes the marble slab and hears the Treant rumble that,
"I think it's safer if I just rend him now."
Out of the corner of his eye, he can see the shadowy form of the dwarf moving toward the hole from inside the cavern. He sprints as fast as he can, terror churning in his belly, past the black door. He arrives at the southern end of the corridor where it turns east. He sees the floating jar. Recalling the map on the back of the amulet, he knows the door across from it is the exit. Summoning all the strength he has in his legs, he sprints for freedom. But a skeleton emerges from the exit, cutting off his escape. It levels its long, cruel pike at him and cackles gleefully. Quintius turns again, trapped. Up the northbound corridor, the zombie has lumbered past the marble slab. Behind it, Quintius sees Yari's shadow in the hallway. The dwarf is aiming his crossbow at him, but his shot is blocked by the zombie. Through the eyes of Yari. Yari is about to sneak into the hallway, but freezes in the hole when a zombie lumbers southward, mere inches from him. Once it's past, the thief checks north to make sure there are no more behind it. He slips into the corridor in time to see Quintius at its southern end. He raises his crossbow, but his shot is blocked by the zombie. Quintius disappears, sprinting east and out of view. Yari is about to curse his luck when the boy comes running frantically back into view with a long pike at his back. Yari aims his crossbow again, but waits. He watches Quintius hesitate for a moment before stutter-stepping north again, trapped between the skeletal pikeman and the zombie, with only the black door through which to escape. Quintius makes it to the dark portal. The skeleton and zombie both stop short of it. Cackling sadistically, the skeleton jabs at Quintius with its pike, like a zookeeper prodding a goat into the cage of some ravenous carnivore. Quintius yelps and steps partially into the dark portal, caught, as it were, between a rock and a hard place, and, in a split second, Quintius is yanked back into the portal and out of view. His screams explode out of it, like a kitten thrown into a well. Yari is frozen. The horrible shrieking continues, curdling the dwarf's blood for what seems like several agonizing minutes. Then, suddenly, it ceases. The skeleton and zombie stop moving. Yari watches, fascinated. They draw themselves stiffly upright, with feet together like two soldiers standing at attention. Then, they salute each other. Then, they simply collapse. Yari snaps out of it. He understands. Turning, he dashes back to the hole, screaming as loud as he can to try and save Eowyn's life. "Wait! It's moot! Do not fight!" Turn 33. Everyone turns to see Yari burst into the chamber, trip on a root, and tumble with a splash into the murky water. "It's over!" he sputters, lifting up his head. "Quintius is dead! There's no need to fight!" The cave rumbles again, tremoring in a miniature earthquake. Yari initially fears that the massive guardian has decided that it's safer to just rend the entire party. But, looking up, the dwarf realizes that the ancient treant is laughing. It's the grim but pleased sort of laughter that is laughed only by the dying when the end and the rest it promises is near. When the tremors finally abate, the mighty old tree and all its roots and branches are as still as stone. The tension of certain death slowly ebbs from the cave, to be followed by a relieved silence. Suddenly, Elwyn marches toward Eowyn, half splashing, half wading through the water in her plate mail armour and skirts. Her smouldering countenance cannot be concealed by the soaking black hair spilled over her face. Torosh is certain that the girl is going to pummel Eowyn for his stubborn recklessness. Instead, she leaps through the air like a pouncing cat and throws her arms and legs around the stunned knight. He is forced to drop both sword and shield to catch her. The collision of their plate mail armour sounds like two enormous frying pans banged together. The zest of the embrace sends both of them plunging into the water, though neither seems to care. Elwyn rips Eowyn's helmet from his shoulders and throws it away. She wraps her arms around his copper head like a mother whose child has been nearly run over, and hurls passionate admonitions into his ears in their shared alignment tongue. Though the others can't understand her words, the mixed sentiments of frustration and relief are nevertheless clear. Torosh helps Yari to his feet, then sits down on a root. Angharad sits down beside Torosh, and Yari sits down beside Angharad. Eventually, Elwyn peels herself off of Ioan, and the pair of them recline in the murky water, wet and bedraggled, like two exhausted otters in a tidal pool. At length, Yari explains Quintius's fate as best he can. The thief does exercise some discretion, whereas it pertains to why he followed Quintius out of the cave, replacing his intent to, as Yari might put it, resolve the situation by implying that he was simply trying to recapture the boy. Presently, the adventurers rise again, wring themselves out, and approach the exit in the western side of the cave, determined to resume their search for Sir Ignatius. Chapter 8. Verdigrim. Turn 34. Running north-south, the passage beyond the Guardian's cave is a composite of rich earth compressed into a lattice of rock and root. A faint draught blows gently from the southern end, carrying with it the natural scent of wet earth and composting carbon. Yari spots humanoid footprints in the dirt of the floor and waves Ioan and Torosh forward to examine them. "They are headed north," the dwarf says. "What do you think, Ioan?" The lancer frowns. "Iron-shod, like mine. Sir Ignatius would have been wearing his armour if he entered these caves." "Torosh?" asks Yari. The barbarian crouches on his hands and knees to examine the prints as best he can.
"I'd say maybe a week old. It doesn't augur well that they don't return south."
The party creeps north but a few paces before the tunnel opens up into an oval shape, about 10 feet wide east to west, and 15 feet wide north to south. It then narrows again to about 5 feet wide, before continuing north into darkness. On the floor of this oval-shaped area lies a battered helmet. Elwyn sighs. "That's Sir Ignatius's helmet." Torosh and Yari inspect the ground and walls of the chamber. They find a viscous green fluid spattered about here and there. Torosh can make out the vague outline of a suit of plate mail armour imprinted in the earthen floor. The barbarian points to the tunnel at the northern end of the chamber.
"Whoever was wearing that helmet was felled here and dragged that way."
The group leaves the helmet where it lies for now. Torosh takes the lead, creeping low, with his sword in one hand and Elwyn's lantern in the other. Turn 35. The passage opens into a large cavern, about thrice the size of the one to its south. It narrows on its eastern side into a natural archway, on which a soft blue light can be seen dancing. The northern part of the cavern is completely covered in dry moss and old, yellow bones. These appear to have been made into an enormous sort of nest, near the centre of which lies a suit of plate mail armour. A shield and warhammer lie nearby, partially buried in detritus. Angharad remains at the entrance to the cavern, while Yari decides to investigate the archway at its eastern end. He discovers a small cave, partially submerged in a spring-fed pool of clear, opalescent water. The walls of the cave are lined with glowing white crystal flowers, whose light reflect off the pool and create the soft blue luminescence dancing on the cavern walls. Yari closes his eyes and takes a moment to let the dreamy, effervescent mist of the spring cool his skin. In the main cavern, Torosh returns Elwyn's lantern before she and Ioan cautiously approach the bed of dried moss. "That's his armour," observes Elwyn sadly, shining her light on the badly dented plate mail. "Wait," says Ioan, sheathing his sword and pointing at the body. He's moving." Indeed, the mailed left arm of the fallen paladin reaches up with a gauntleted hand. Elwyn hears a soft moan from the head, buried under dry moss. "He's alive!" The cleric and knight rush to his side. "Sir Ignatius," whispers Elwyn tenderly. "It's Elwyn and Ioan. We're here to help you. Just hold on for us. We're going to get you out of here." Ioan hastily brushes away the detritus concealing the head, only to recoil in revulsion when he discovers not the face of Sir Ignatius, but a leering skull stripped clean of flesh. At the same time, Elwyn realizes that the chain mail armour and breastplate cover only bones and rotting tissue. It's undead," stammers Ioan, starting to his feet and drawing his sword. However, the armoured corpse does not leap to attack. Rather, it slowly undulates. "Wait," says Elwyn, pausing. Setting down her lantern, she carefully peels back the chainmail hauberk covering the cadaver's belly. For an instant, the cleric thinks she's looking at a nest of snakes or, perhaps, impossibly large worms. Long, writhing tentacles are laced throughout the osseous scaffolding of Sir Ignatius's corpse. Their tips probe and caress the bits of thew yet remaining on the bone. This grotesque massaging creates the illusion that the body inside the armour is alive, when, in fact, it is merely wriggling like an abandoned, termite-infested marionette. Combat. Surprise round. Monster wins surprise. The thing that explodes out of the nest beneath the corpse is as difficult to describe on the white of this blank page as it is to comprehend in the black of that dank cavern. The most analogous sane anatomy might be that of a titanic millipede, but about 10 feet long and 3 feet high, with spherical, chitinous segments and a bulbous, alien head. A pair of large mandibles flank what would be the labrum. From between these pours a mass of wriggling tentacles, each the length and girth of a woman's arm. It was these appendages that were manipulating the corpse of Sir Ignatius. Torosh, standing on the edge of the nest, is compelled to wonder whether they were feeding on the decay or, more maddeningly, luring the adventurers. Elwyn and Ioan, both of whom were kneeling on either side of the corpse, fall back in bewildered terror onto their haunches. Elwyn knocks over her lantern, spilling its oil onto the dried moss and starting a small fire. The monster rears up to its full height and towers over the stunned adventurers like a gargantuan viper before plunging down upon Elwyn. The priestess issues a terrified scream as every tentacle grabs her. Some pull her into the mandibles, which clamp down around her breastplate like a bear trap. Others probe her body, searching for a way to sneak past the joints in her armour. Still others wantonly grope their way inside the hems and slits of her skirts, seeking to clamp and suckle upon the bare flesh underneath. Combat, Round 1. Torosh hurls his javelin at the same time that Yari, emerging from the crystal spring, fires his crossbow. Both missiles strike true, but skip harmlessly off the monster's natural armour and crash into the wall of the cave. Rolling to his feet, Eoin smashes his shield into the monster's head. He's unsure if he managed to damage it, but it drops Elwyn and turns its attention on him. The tentacles lash like ravenous eels to work their way around his shield as he begins withdrawing in a bid to lure it away from Elwyn. Angharad rushes forward and helps the terrified girl to her feet. "Did it bite you?" "No, I don't think so," pants Elwyn between fits of horrified sobbing. "Those things reached everywhere, but I think Eoin got it off in time." The pair retreat back to the southern opening of the cavern as Torosh draws his sword and positions himself between them and the ravening monstrosity. The lantern fire begins to grow, feasting gluttonously upon the abundant dry matter of the nest. Combat, Round 2. Eoin feels like he's fighting not one monster, but an entire pit of them. There must be nearly a dozen tentacles, each seeming to attack of its own accord. They reach and grab like separate living animals. It's all the young knight can do to defend. He pivots and feints, parries and blocks, pirouetting away in his armour like a steel coin spinning on its edge. One tentacle, however, breaches his defences, and that is all it takes. Eoin feels it wrap behind his left knee, between the greave and cuisse, and pierce the cloth and skin there with several small teeth. It's not painful. It feels not unlike a sticker bush. For reasons he doesn't understand, though, his knee gives out, and he collapses to the cavern floor in an awful clamour. He can hear Elwyn scream his name. He can see the light of the growing fire on the cavern walls above. He can smell the decay, bubbling forth from the creature's maw. He can feel the tentacles shoving him around on the floor. But he's lost all sensation in his flesh, like an alert but anaesthetised surgery patient. He cannot move. He's locked into his own body, completely paralysed. He now grasps what complete hell Sir Ignatius must have gone through when this abomination rendered him insensate, and he had to listen to it devour him. Eoin wonders how long that must have taken. With a grotesque chunk, Yari's second crossbow bolt strikes the monster in its third segment with enough force to pierce the chitinous armour. The aberration wheels off Eoin and slithers on scores of legs into the centre of the chamber, evidently not sure from where the attack came. Torosh seizes this moment of confusion. With a pagan roar, he swings his sword down on the monster with both hands, like a timber-splitting hill giant. The furious sinews of his mighty shoulders and arms drive the blade crashing through the armoured segment, sundering it nearly in half like a cleaver through a coconut. Ichor explodes volcanically, spraying as high as the cavern ceiling and dousing the barbarian in green, split pea soup blood. Torosh pivots and whirls, drawing the arthropod northeast and away from Angharad and Elwyn. With the monster distracted, Elwyn drops her mace and shield before dashing across the chamber to Ioan. A well-trained athlete, she's able to drag his armoured body away from the fire and back to the southern end of the cave. Here, she and Angharad turn him over and over, desperately searching for the wounds that fell him. Elwyn is bewildered when they can't find any. She examines his face and sees that the usually bright and optimistic hazel eyes, which, truth to tell, have so often captivated her, are now glazed and stupid. But they are looking at her. Ioan is alive and inside his body, pleading for help. Combat, Round 3. Inside the xenomorphic brain, housed within the alien skull of this creature, there can be no mistaking which human just wounded it. It attacks Torosh in a frenzy. The mandibles snap and champ, the tentacles coil and lash. Torosh leaps back like a jaguar baiting a python, dodging each striking appendage before leaping forward again to counterstrike. Angharad watches, exhilarated, as the savage warrior challenges the monster head to head. He snarls his heathen oaths, while the tentacles whip and curl around his naked wrists, sinewy calves, and bull neck. But the elf's excitement melts into despair as the barbarian's oaths melt into gurgles. He is suspended there, held aloft in the cavern like the victim of a mighty kraken, as pints of venom are pumped into him. Finally, the arthropodin horror drops Torosh's flaccid body to the cave floor. It rears up with bulbous eyes that shine like obsidian eggs, searching for their next victim. Not even in the ambush of the central crypt, when she stood alone against the line of undead pikemen, has Angharad ever felt unsafe in the barbarian's presence. His effortless masculinity, the near laziness in his raw strength. It's been like exploring dungeons with a reasonably well-behaved buffalo. But there he lies, crumpled and motionless, mere paces from the also-felled Ioan. And as the beast turns to her, Angharad is afraid for the first time she can remember. Motsognir, what is this thing? Yari slinks back into the drastic shadows paraded about the cavern by the increasingly intense light of the now roaring fire. Unimpressed with the performance of his crossbow, the thief draws his dagger. He hopes to close on the creature while its back is turned. There, maybe, he can find an undefended sliver between its enormous head and the segment immediately behind it. For her part, Elwyn is unaware of the terror's approach. She's also unaware that Torosh is down. She is seated in a lotus position, with Ioan's head resting on the tartan canopy of her lap. Both of their faces are concealed by the curtain of black hair spilled forward from her bowed head. One hand holds her holy symbol, the other is on the fallen knight's cheek. She's rocking back and forth, gently, evidently deep in prayer. Yari strikes from the shadows. As nimble as an ocelot, he leaps onto the creature's back and begins frantically working his dagger into the gap just below the segment of its skull. Combat, Round 4. The monster writhes and whips. Yari feels like he's trying to rodeo ride a sea serpent. It's too much. The dwarf is launched through the air, crashing to the floor with a crunch, and rolls over his shoulder to his feet. The monster is on him. The tentacles surround him like graveweed. They probe up his shirt, down his collar, up his sleeves, and down his breeches. He feels half a dozen of them grip his skin like bloodworms. He feels poison being pumped into his body. He feels the tentacles let go as the monster prepares to neutralize its next victim. But it stops. Its prey is somehow still moving. What the thing doesn't know, what it can't know, is that the blood of a dwarf does not daintily brook poison. Primordial confusion stalls the creature, while Yari laughs defiantly. It frantically injects more and more venom, until even Yari's dwarven constitution falters before the onslaught.
Rise, Eoin the Lancer. You've work yet to do.
Eoin can feel Elwyn's breath in his ear as she whispers these words to him. Looking up into the mercurial pools of her large eyes, he feels her happy tears on his face and her lips on his forehead, where she kisses him gently. Her face is beautiful to him, framed by her black hair against the glowing conflagration. His lips move.
Elwyn, I think I might be fit.
His body convulses violently as he rolls to his side and begins vomiting. Elwyn laughs joyously as she helps him to his hands and knees.
Keep going! You're expelling the poison!
Angharad watches bitterly as Yari's wiry frame is dropped next to Torosh. In an instant, the horror is wriggling its way back toward her, Elwyn, and Eoin. Though moving, Eoin looks to be in no condition to fight. Combat, Round 5. The crawling terror closes in. Elwyn fumbles for her shield, desperate to place it between Eoin and those cruel tentacles, like a dying Spartan before a hail of arrows. In these last of her moments, it seems to the priestess that she must be hallucinating. She hears singing. It's soft and melodic, and, all things considered, a fine song to die to. Perhaps she's not hallucinating. Perhaps the song is to herald her away from her body and into the loom of light. She wonders if she will see Eoin in that light. It's all so strange. The roots of the cavern ceiling seem to come alive. They stretch and reach, not unlike the monster's tentacles, which now reach around her shield. Could it be that these roots will take her away? Will they bear her soul down into darkness, away from the light? Roots from the floors, and walls too, begin to grow and stretch, in what looks to Elwyn like a sped-up version of how they search the earth for water. They don't bear her away, nor do they reach for her. They attack the monster, wrapping themselves around every segment of its body, lassoing it 1,000 times, as though thrown by an entire army of invisible but angry Lilliputians. There at Angharad's feet is an empty glass bottle. Covering Eoin with her body, Elwyn reaches for the bottle in a sort of surreal curiosity that is wholly inappropriate given the circumstances. There's a little label on it. Elwyn recognises, of all things, Gorfthistle's handwriting. It says P.O.C.P. Of course! The elf and the gnome divided up 2 potions from Sutmerk's hoard. Gorfthistle claimed a potion of flying, and Angharad claimed a potion of control plant. It is Angharad who is singing. Each lyric is a whispered enchantment. Her naked arms are raised, moving in concentric circles and punctuations, like a conductor before an orchestra. The mighty roots, beneath the mould, pull and tighten at her every gesture. the monster is lifted from the floor. It twists frantically, like a centipede in a spider's web. Its mandibles clamp and champ. Its tentacles stretch and writhe, trying to reach Angharad. It must somehow know that it is she who is doing this to it. The elf's eyes are closed in concentration, and she is unaware that the hunting appendages are mere feet from her. Eowyn struggles to his feet between them. He reaches down for his sword. It's not there. Elwyn tracks his eyes, now hawkish and intent, as they search the cavern. His sword lies there on the edge of the burning nest, completely consumed in the fire that now lights the chamber, as bright as day. Nor does he have his shield, which lies on the dirt floor next to Torosh and Yari. Elwyn sees that the fire is upon them, licking at the dwarf's leather boots. The black smoke makes Elwyn and Eowyn cough. Angharad feels it tickle her lungs, threatening to break her concentration. "Take this," coughs Elwyn, handing Eowyn her shield. Then she dashes out toward the fire. Yari is closest to the flames. Holding her breath as best she can, she begins dragging his body eastward toward the chamber of the crystal spring. Though only Yari knows what lies in that chamber, it's the closest place offering the cleric any refuge from the intense heat of the flames. Combat, Round 6. The monster begins to break free. On yet unsteady feet, Eowyn raises Elwyn's shield and braces himself between the thrashing abomination and Angharad. Weapon or no weapon, he will happily die defending her. He steps backward onto Elwyn's mace, where it lies on the dirt of the cavern floor. He supposes it will have to do. Trying to keep his eyes on the monster while holding the shield aloft, he crouches down and, with his free hand, blindly fumbles behind his back for the mace. It will be well debated in the days ahead whether it was mere dint of spatial circumstance or, as Eowyn believes, the will of the thing itself that caused his outstretched fingers to close not around the iron haft of the discarded mace, but, instead, around the venerable hilt of that enchanted sword. Everyone will agree that, having found it in the hall of the floating jar, Angharad had lashed the bronze brand to her pack, but there will be some disagreement as to whether said pack was, in the chaos of the present battle, slung upon Angharad's back or left lying on the floor of the cavern. In either event, and though his eyes witness it not, Eowyn understands the instant the ancient war tool veritably leaps into his outstretched hand. As though driven by its own purpose, it streaks upward. In one shining arc does the encrusted blade of that noble sword shear, unabated, through every murderous tentacle, and, ere its gleaming circuit is completed, cleaves the monster's skull in twain. High in that roiling blackness, held aloft in a humble hand, does the blade shudder from itself eons of patina, so that, in the crimson gloaming of the roiling inferno, the mystical runes emblazoned thereupon are made readable to its worthy wielder, and to him does it reveal its holy name. VERDIGRIM. Epilogue. Torosh rouses himself from sleep with the sheer volume of his own coughing. He feels like he swallowed a bonfire. He rolls over and irritably spits out a gross concoction of blood, phlegm, and creosote. He's lying on a cool bed of green moss.
It's actually pretty comfortable. He examines his surroundings through the blurred monocle of one squinted eye. Water trickles gently down the lichen-laced stone walls of what seems to the barbarian like a rather pleasant little cave. It's decorated with a suite of tiny furniture, including a pine needle bed with a fern blanket, a trio of moss-padded chairs, and a few mushroom tables, resting atop a carpet of striated moss. Sunlight streaks into the cave here and there through tiny cracks in the rocky ceiling. He then examines himself. He's mostly naked. His newer wounds, soon to take their honoured place among his older battle scars, appear freshly cleaned and dressed. His legs and forearms are laced with long, swollen strands of purple, as though he's been flogged with a whip. Ah, the monster caused these. The barbarian sits up, immediately bangs his head against a low granite ceiling, and collapses in a fit of curse words and coughing. Above this vulgar din comes a buzzing sound, like hummingbird wings, followed by a pleasant little voice. Torosh can't understand the words, but the voice belongs to ALFWINE. She hovers in front of him, struggling to stay aloft, with both hands gripping the handle of what, for her, is a large bucket. Torosh smiles at the little pixie, his face screwed up with one eye bulging, like a man who lost a fist fight and now contends with a hangover. He accepts the bucket between his thumb and forefinger, drinking its contents like a shot of whiskey. A sweet sort of tonic water runs down his esophagus, soothing his throat and lungs.
Sono est tib,
he mutters, instinctively offering thanks in his native tongue, with a voice as thick as it is sooty. He sits up again, though more carefully this time.
Where are we?
Again the foreign language in a tiny voice. ALFWINE gestures proudly at the cave, and Torosh infers that she's telling him that he's in her home. She moves very fast, at least to the barbarian's bleary eye, and fetches him another bucket of water. She watches intently as he drinks it. Then she barks something that sounds approving, and buzzes out of the chamber. Within a moment, Angharad appears in the cave entrance. Her golden hair, bound in a single thick braid, is piled up upon her head so that, in the sunlight shining through the opening behind her, it looks to Torosh like a golden crown. The long, slender neck, the large, pointed ears, and the voluminous green eyes make Torosh think that this is what fairy queens must look like. "Are you hale, son of man?" She's positively grinning at him. Angharad has a beautiful smile, but generally speaking, a subtle one. It's the organically coy kind of smile. Torosh calls them sort of smiles, which only maidens possess, and which always seem to tease at something just beyond reach. Here, though, Angharad's smile is unabashed, unfettered, and perhaps most charmingly, slightly beyond her control. The warrior grunts in the affirmative, flexing his hands and stretching his legs.
I can move my limbs again. How are the others?
Well and sound, says Angharad. They are gathered outside. The warrior rolls instinctively to get up, promptly bangs his head again, and promptly collapses again. Angharad dabs his face with a wet cloth. This water is drawn from a crystal spring. ALFWINE used it to cure you and Yari of the carcass crawler's poison.
Torosh grunts again. Is that what that thing was?
Angharad shrugs her bare shoulders. That's what she calls it.
Did we kill it?
Yes, Eoin slew it. This pleases Torosh, and he lies back as Angharad describes the events that transpired after he went down. Once the carcass crawler was slain, the party had to contend with the fire. Yari and Torosh, paralysed as they were, suffered more than a few burns and inhaled quite a bit of smoke. Angharad used her ruby ring of fire resistance to protect herself from the flames. She then commanded the roots of the Barrow to siphon water from the crystal spring and keep the blaze at bay. The seeress enjoys sharing this part of the report with the barbarian. She finds the perturbed but fascinated look he always gets on his face when magic is discussed to be quite charming. Meanwhile, Eoin and Elwyn dragged Yari and Torosh to safety. Still, the smoke was growing so thick that it became dangerous to breathe and impossible to see. Elwyn carried Yari across her shoulders, while Eoin, assisted by Angharad, carried Torosh. The group stumbled southward, but, blinded by the smoke, were soon lost in the caves. Fortunately, ALFWINE found them and brought them to her house. Then the little pixie led Elwyn outside the caverns and up onto the Barrow Hill. They then set about removing various secret rocks here and there to open little chimneys through which the smoke could vent. Once the smoke had cleared sufficiently, Angharad and ALFWINE returned to the crystal spring and used its healing waters to treat the party. Being a dwarf, and thus naturally resistant to poison, Yari responded faster than did Torosh, but by this morning everyone was on the proverbial mend. When he's feeling well enough to move, Angharad takes Torosh's grizzled paw in her slender hand and leads him out of ALFWINE's home and, soon thereafter, out of the Barrow altogether. Painted with the amber rays of morning light shining down in columns through the towering trees, the dark of the old forest looks mystical and poignant instead of dreadful and foreboding. Upon carpets of pine needles and beds of moss, a feast has been prepared. The forest hums with the chattering voices of the adventurers and all members of the Sericulturists' Guild. They've dragged out every looted crate, barrel and flagon, using some as chairs and some as tables. The tables have been draped with bolts of brand new silk, upon which have been placed wine, beer, sausages, cheeses and breads. ANEBET and one of her guildsmen play 10-penny bit with the lyre and tin whistle found in the old crypt. In fact, they are accompanied by Elwyn and Yari. The former evidently has some training with the fiddle, and the latter with the 4-string banjo. It's a fun, if not altogether coordinated, rendition of the old jig. Torosh is happy to hear it, and happier still when Eoin presents him with his new ivory drinking horn filled with beer. The morning plays on, and following their impromptu brunch in this most unlikely of places, the entire gaggle of Barrow refugees prepares for the journey home. They retrieve the treasures from the central crypt and the trappings of Sir Ignatius from the burned cavern. With the help of ANEBET's guildsmen, and carefully avoiding the Black Door, they set about gathering the bodies of the men of the Barrow, Highlander and Lowlander alike, and return them to their coffers. The coffers are then covered where possible with those stone lids that have not been broken beyond use. Elwyn and Eoin revisit the Chapel of Charity, ensuring that it is clean and tidy, then close its old stone door and return the tapestries to their original positions. Then there is the matter of the dead grimoire. As even Angharad is hesitant to touch it, the party decides to leave it where it lies. ALFWINE appoints herself as its unofficial guardian and promises to visit Angharad should anyone come looking for it. Finally, with the help of all available hands, the marble slab in the Cave of the Guardian and the granite slab at the Barrow entrance are heaved back into place, sealing the tombs. It's nearly sunset when the little caravan reaches the western road and begins the long walk toward the three-legged mule. They do not speak as they straggle along in one exhausted file, under the lonely silhouettes of tall pines. Nor does any of them turn in a gesture of bleak farewell to the Barrow of the Bone Blaggards, where dead men sing no longer. End of Adventure 3. Barrow of the Bone Blaggards.
Thanks so much again for joining us on Old School Epics. If you would like to try Barrow of the Bone Blaggards or play Old School Essentials, they're available at necroticgnome.com and exhaltedfuneral.com. Here again, links to everything are down below. I hope you enjoyed listening to our actual play epic. If you did, be sure to subscribe, give us a thumbs up, and share our stories with your friends and family who enjoy fantasy adventure epics. Until next time, safe roads, my friends. And remember, there's no such thing as free loot in an old school dungeon.